A brand new season of the newly rebranded Kennol GT Endurance Cup is about to get underway here in the Castellet. The 4 hours of the Circuit Paul Ricard to open up a new campaign, which has got an expanded grid this season with a flurry of Porsche Cup machineries. That is the most popular class this weekend, with 9 cars as part of the 18-car field. We have the new Vortex Endurance Challenge to consider as well amongst the French marque, as well as the Alpine Endurance Challenge amongst the A110s from Chazelle Technology course that make up the UCS4 category. 4 hours of racing to come, but it is the reigning champions of Vision in their Ferrari 488 GT3 Evo that qualified on pole position. Jean-Bernard Bouvet, champion of last year, alongside Jean-Paul Pani, who will take the start of the race. Then we see the Lamborghini Super Trofeo as well, making its way to the grid, which will start from the front row alongside Jean-Bernard Bouvet. So the 2025 campaign taking us through France with Paul Ricard bookending this season with this season open, and also be the season finale as well. A visit to Magny-Cours as well, but we also visit our neighbours in Spain and in Italy. We go to Mugello next time round for the second meeting of the season, and then the Ultimate Cup's first visit to Aragon in Spain, which will surely be a very eye-opening challenge as well. Searing heat expected there, and also a very abrasive circuit. Quite warm down on the grid as well. We've had the sun beating down all day, coming up to 12:30 local time in the Castellet, and I think pretty much everyone's watch is wrong, because the clocks went back last night, and I, for one, certainly haven't adjusted it. Didn't even adjust it from UK time, so it's very wrong. The Goodyear tyres used on these cars are going to be put through their paces across the 4 hours of competition with the heat, and also trying to manage those tyres. 4 mandatory pit stops to be completed in this race as well, and they will have to also go through the refueling station. No refueling in the pit lane in Ultimate Cup competition. So Alexandre Urbine is down on the grid finding drivers for us, and I believe he has got someone lined up for us.
Effectivement, hier on a fait de très belles qualifications. La voiture a fait une petite cure de...
Apologies, the microphone not quite picking up the sound there as it should be. Hopefully we'll be able to hear from Jean-Bernard Bouvet in a little bit. Very packed grid out there with everybody coming to see the variety of GT cars out in this field. As I say, we do have GT3 machinery. We have 3 of the Vortex cars, the Lamborghini Super Trofeo, 9 Porsche Cup, and then 4 of the Alpine A110s as well, including the reigning champions in what was UCS Light last year. The UCS Light category has been removed in both GT Endurance and GT Sprint here in the Ultimate Cup. And so the A110 now qualifies for the UCS4 category, but the number 19 crew of Benoit Marion, Olivier Martinez, and Julien Bouni all back aboard that car. They won all bar 1 race last year, and that was the Paul Ricard finale in their category. One of the dominant champions. Dare say they've got a little bit of competition. There's 1 silver class driver in that category, and is in the 123 car with Frederic de Brabant, Luca de Grange. And helped put that car on pole position in its class as well. Various drive time implications to look out for in this one, depending on how many bronze or pro or even lower than bronze, actually, in the GT Endurance is the AM category. So there are various implications, and also depending on your combination of drivers, different handicaps in each of the five mandatory pit stops. It's 4 for the prototype race we had last night. There'll be 5 pit stops for this race, so a varying amount of handicap to be served at each of the additional stops. And also different classes also have different minimum stationary times. It's pretty much 80 seconds across the board, except for the Alpine A110s, which have a minimum stationary time of 140 seconds, and then you apply the handicap on top of that as well. So taking the reigning champions, for example, they only have 88 seconds in total to have to take, so 8 seconds on top of the mandatory 80. But the car of, let's take Thiago Monteiro and Sheo Harpal, for example. Of course, Thiago Monteiro, gold driver, they have to take 108 seconds in their pit stop. And I think of the Porsche Cup runners, they are the most heavily handicapped. Yes. Of course, the longest pit stops will be for the Alpines, which will be near 3 minutes for Luca de Grange and Frederic de Brabant, with 162 seconds total to take in the pits, with 140 seconds and then 22 of handicap as well, with Luca being a silver class driver. Of course, we have a few drivers debuting. Enzo Richer, the number 20 Vortex, making his GT debut after making his prototype debut last night for Lamo Racing. Managed to secure a top 10 finish in that race. And also competing here in the Kennol GT Endurance Cup, the reigning Ultimate Formula Cup champion, of course, with Formula Motorsport. Expanding his horizons in 2025. Other drivers to look out for: Enzo Juli, for example, in the number 71 Martinet by Almeras car, who is starting the Porsche as well. Only Enzo's second outing in the Porsche Cup category, having debuted with the GP Racing team at the 24 Hours of Dubai earlier in the year with Victor Bernier, Gabriel Pimont and Loic Thiers, all very familiar names to the GP Racing team, but will be competing in Carrera Cup France this year with the Martinet by Almeras team, but last year was racing in GT4 competition across Europe with Mapmo Evolution in their Toyota, and also in the Muka Motorsports Mercedes in the ADAC German series. So stepping up one spot on the ladder, so to speak, with Cup machinery rather sitting in the middle between GT4 and GT3 racing. Claire Cottingham alongside me in the commentary box. You just got back from the Formula Cup podium.
I did.
How hot is it out there still?
It's quite warm. I don't feel like I was scorching in the light jacket that I'm wearing, which has so far gone through all weathers, because it was freezing last night during the endurance prototype. Suddenly the temperature dropped really, really quickly. I don't think we'll have that issue today, because this is starting much earlier than the prototype did, which went into the evening until about 11:30 local time. No, not that late. 11 o'clock local time, wasn't it?
The checkered flag was around about 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
Whereas here we're going to finish at around about closer to 5 o'clock.
Yeah, so it shouldn't, and the temperature didn't drop that quickly, but it's much warmer today than we've had for the rest of the weekend. So these guys would have qualified in probably a bit chillier, a bit windier conditions. And as we've been hearing, I mean, I don't mean to go on about it a lot because we all know that wind will mess up a distribution of anything, including a car, including a plane, whatever it is. But people have been saying that it's been causing them issues. So the fact that the wind has dropped so significantly out there, I think will definitely help the handling of these cars, because in the endurance prototype, they were at the end a bit worried at how much they were getting kicked around by the wind and the tailwind, and how much it was disturbing the performance of the car.
Yeah, it's not quite as aero-sensitive as the prototypes, these GT cars. A little bit heavier.
More robust.
Yeah, and more reliant on the mechanical grip, but nonetheless, they do still utilize downforce, and so will be somewhat affected by the variable wind conditions.
Doesn't matter, there's no wind out there today. That was my point.
Oh.
A roundabout way of 5 minutes saying, but it's not windy out there.
Variable. It could be, obviously we're in quite a gusty area, so I wouldn't be surprised if it were to rear its ugly head again later in the race.
Anything wrong with a bit of wind?
Well, actually, on a day like today with this kind of temperature, I wouldn't mind a bit of
the breeze is always quite nice. So the 5 minute board is being shown, and there is a lot of people on that grid. That's a very, very busy grid. Where have they all been hiding? I swear the paddock's so big here, isn't it, that people get lost. But that is a lot of people getting ready for the first race of the season.
Well, it's all the entourages of 3 drivers rather than just one, necessarily for the sprint competition. Yeah, plenty of people to have to clear the grid before the start of the formation lap.
Good to see so much interest in it as well, because there'll be family and friends, but also fans down there getting involved and coming to have a sneak peek at some of this incredible machinery that we've got on display in the Ultimate Cup, and especially in the Kennol GT Endurance. 3 minute board then being shown, and soon we will get the formation lap underway.
We certainly will, and start the season with a rather healthy 18-car field. We're expecting it to grow across the course of the season as we head to Mugello in a month's time, which was probably the highlight of last season, that incredible battle between the Vortex and the Get Speed Mercedes of Tom Jackson and Amir Naran. Very nearly Vortex's first win in Ultimate Cup for the 2.0 version of their sort of home-built GT racer.
She looks cool, that lady, with her little pigtails. She looks like I'll be mates with her.
So eventually all that's left at the front of the field, at the very least for now, is just the necessary mechanics.
One of the last to come off, I feel, is it. I think that's Jean-Paul Pagenet, so I know they would have had to have gone from quite far at the front of the grid, but maybe some last-minute words given. Yeah,
some last-minute advice for the reigning champions. Of course, Jean-Bernard Bouvet and Jean-Paul Pani won their 5th title together last year across VDV and Ultimate Cup, all in Endurance GT racing. That is the car that we normally see David Hallyday in as well, but Romain Iannetta standing in for David for the opening meeting of the season, and we saw him do so twice last year in Hockenheim and for the final race in Paul Ricard. Hence why David's name wasn't listed as the reigning champion there as well, because he missed 2 rounds. 1 minute board now being displayed. Final mechanics and engineers to clear the grid. And we will soon have the formation lap underway. Waiting for the green flag to be displayed. 15-second board being prepared. So, the main fight, of course, to look out for is going to be amongst the UCS1 cars, although they're not all starting necessarily at the front of the field. So probably the most competitive battle is going to be the Porsche Cup fight between the 9 cars. And a lot of them are line astern as well, between 4th and 9th on the grid. As the formation lap gets underway, let's run you through the grid for the 4 hours of Le Castellet in the opening round of the Kennol GT Endurance Cup. It is Jean-Bernard Bouvet, the reigning champion for the #1 Vision Ferrari 488 GT3 Evo, that starts on pole position ahead of the number 37 CMR Lamborghini Super Trofeo, being started by Stéphane Ortelli. On the second row of the grid, it is Arnaud Gomez, one of the 2 brothers who founded the Vortex brand, sharing that car with Olivier. He starts the number 22 from 3rd. Then it is Seb Lejoux for his eponymous racing team in the 888 Porsche Cup car on pole position in his class. Although now the timing screen is showing that it's Stéphane Perrin starting that one. So we'll wait for confirmation. We were told it was going to be Seb Lejoux Racing. Just behind them, the reigning champions at 2B Autosport, back with Olivier Favre, but it is going to be Louis Rousset who starts the number 7. Thiago Monteiro, the former Grand Prix driver, starting the number 18, driving Porsche from 6th position. In 7th, it is the number 89 GP Racing team Porsche, started by Cyril Salau. And then Ulrich Amador starts the number 29 Netsuv Racing Porsche. Sébastien Loeb, the multiple World Rally champion, starting the 2nd GP Racing team Porsche, number 98, from 9th position. And then Enzo Richier completing the top 10 on his GT Racing debut for the number 20 Vortex team. Reggie Vigo de Seb in the number 17 RR Racing by Racetivity Porsche. Switch of machinery from them, from the BMW GT4 last year over to Porsche Cup now for this year with the Racetivity Run outfit. Then the last of the Vortexes, the number 21 of Philippe Bonnel, starting in 12th position. Behind them is Thibaut Caray for the number 10 Mirage Racing Porsche. Again, that's different from what we were given. We were told it was going to be Jean-Jacques Ardilly for the start of the race. Enzo Juli for Pierre Martinet by Almeras Porsche team. And then the UCS4, the Alpine Endurance Challenge battle, is between Frédéric de Brabant starting the 123 car, Marc Jacob in the 94, reigning champion Benoit Marion in the number 19, and then Marc Lopez in the 93. All 4 of those cars run by Chazelle Technology. And Frédéric de Brabant, very familiar with the team, having run in the gentleman class in the Alpine Elf Cup Series, won the championship with them as well. But now we have the 2x2 formation ready for the start of the race. Last opportunity to get some heat into the brakes and therefore the front tyres, so that when they turn into the first corner, they don't all start understeering off the road. Pace car exits stage right. We'll wait for all the cars to make their way onto the start and finish straight and look towards the 5 lights, because when they are extinguished, we will be racing in the 2025 Kennol GT Endurance Cup. And the circuit roars into life with cars skating over the circuit. The 2B Autosport car having to take some of the blue runoff area as Stéphane Lemeray tries to get around the outside of the pole sitter Jean-Paul Panet with the superior straight line speed of the Lamborghini. Going straight over the road was Seb Lejoux in the Porsche, and has emerged in 2nd place, but I'm sure he's going to have to yield at least one of those spots. But it is reigning champion Jean-Bernard Bouvet who's managed to repel the advances of the Super Trofeo going into the first corner. Still it is Seb Lejeune second, but I'm almost certain that he'll have to yield that spot. Arnaud Gomez still ahead of the number 7 Dubi Autosport car. That was all over the blue extra space on the extremity of the racetrack on the start and finish straight as they make their way down the Mistral for the first time of asking. And Seb Lejeune has yielded one of those spots. So is he going to argue that he was ahead of Arnaud Gomez before he went off the racetrack?
That'll be an interesting one to look back at, for sure. Oh, there's a bit of a move there as well. Do you see that late dive?
Yeah, Louis Rossi, Rousset, sorry, on the outside of Scene Corner, trying to get around Arnaud Gomez. Worth noting as well, there are a few teams that went against the grain of starting with their bronze driver. And so Thiago Monteiro, Louis Rousset, that gold and silver respectively, they're probably the ones to watch out for out there. Ulrich Amado as well, and Enzo Richer, all silver drivers, as is Enzo Juli as well. So I would expect to see them moving up through the order. And in fact, there is Enzo Juli in the green Almeras car. Two GP Racing Team cars running line astern at the moment, but Sébastien Loeb in 98 you would think would have a little bit more speed than Cyril Saleh, the bronze rated driver, so that's why he's on the back of his teammate's car. And so expect the pro drivers to make a little bit of forward progress in this opening stint. Side by side between the GP Racing teammates going into the first corner. At the end of the first lap, 1.3 seconds is the advantage, and off the road goes the Seb Lejeune Racing car, and that is a huge, unbelievable shunt after contact with another Porsche Cup car. An absolutely horrendous accident for Seb Lejeune from the lead in Porsche Cup. That is unbelievable. Red flag has been called. The race has been suspended, and unsurprisingly, that is the only call that could have been made by race control. What an absolutely remarkable accident. And we will wait for news to hear that Seb is okay, which of course is all we are hoping for. And I hope no marshals were in the line of fire as well. That is the biggest accident we've seen in an Ultimate Cup paddock for quite some time. My goodness me. So the clock will continue to tick. They do have the option to add time to the race should they so wish. I see the marshals are on the scene. But only at the start of lap 2 we've had a red flag incident that has brought this race to a halt, and we believe it was contact with Thiago Monteiro in the drive-in number 18 Porsche. Not quite from the lead, so it was the 2B Autosport car that had retaken the lead in that category, but Seb Lejeune was second at the time. And the problem, of course, they're going to have as well is the not only the repair job, but look at the barrier damage as well, which is going to need some serious attention. So there is an awful lot of work for the marshals and for race control to have a look at before we can think about getting this race underway again. That was one of the biggest crashes I've ever seen in my commentary career.
Yeah, that was
not nice.
Hard to know what words to really use there. I'm just hoping that we hear from the team very shortly that Sébastien Lejeune is okay and out of that car, and understandably that we will not be showing anything of a replay until we know anything more. But it was a biggie. That was a big one, and the contact looked quite light as a touch, but the barrier I think was just in the wrong place at the
just
wrong
at the
time.
wrong angle.
Exactly the wrong
as
angle.
well, especially the it looked like rear left to front right, which it's quite easy to then pitch a car into the barrier. For it to launch like that, though, was really astonishing, and an always unwelcome reminder that on the back of every single motorsport ticket, it says motor racing is dangerous. And yeah, we never want reminding of that, but the racing gods feel the need to do so every once in a while with truly horrendous crash for Seb Ligier.
So we're just hearing the driver is out of the car and okay after that. So Seb Ligier, thankfully, walks away from what was quite a significant crash.
That's remarkable. And what a testament to the safety of the cars that they're driving, the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car 992.
Yes, as you say, yeah. The problem was when it was spinning about three loops before it settled actually on its back, on the bottom roof of the car. Thankfully the main part of the car,
the survival cell,
yeah.
That's the real hero. And so, well, Sébastien Loeb having a word with his teammates by the looks of it, because they were quite close together. Now, I have to double check the rules regarding the restart here, because we got one lap completed. Is that enough? I believe that's enough for us to consider. Not needing a full restart for this race and going back to the qualifying order.
So while you have a look at that, Chris, we'll have a look at some of the fans that have come down to see some endurance racing in the Ultimate Cup. Great to see people enjoying it, and obviously just waiting patiently for the red flag to clear and the barrier to be sorted out, because there are significant rules and regulations if barriers are damaged, because for various reasons of a track, you have to make sure that everything is road safe and worthy of racing again. So everything must be cleared, and there's a lot of probably carbon fiber now on the. So we've got a minimum 45-minute wait before the restart.
Okay, well, that gives us some time to look into.
So these cars will be lining up for a bit longer. And that's obviously come directly from whoever was at the scene of the crash, that can kind of have a look and give teams the idea of when we're restarting, because it's very hard for drivers when they've had a red flag to then get back into the mentality of racing. And also when they would have seen a crash, it does shake up the paddock rather up and down the pit lane. So everyone knowing now that Seb Ligier is okay and out of the car, which is, like Chris said, a testament to how incredible motor racing has got in terms of safety standards in the car, and how much has to be. Here we go. There's there's what is left of the barrier. There's a wheel there, and there's, you can see there's a dip where the car has obviously hit the barrier as well.
It's hit two barriers, completely destroyed the barrier on the left-hand side. And then where the car's landed on the Armco, you can see 3 individual impact points there. That is astonishing. I do have an answer in the regulations regarding red flags. So if less than 2 laps of the race completed, which is what what we've done. All cars join the line in single file in Parc Fermé. A new start will be given with the initial starting grid and may be given behind the safety car. So it looks like we are going to go back to the original starting order, minus the 888, of course. So it'll be 17 cars that take the restart. And so that means that the strong first laps from some of the pro drivers, Louis Rousset was 7th. So I had just taken the lead in class from Seb Lejeune. Thiago Monteiro, he'd made up a few places. Enzo Richer got up from, I think it was 10th on the grid. Yep, up to 6th. Enzo Juli was last of the Porsche Cup runners. He's up to 7th. And of course, Sébastien Loeb getting past his teammate as well. So we will go back to the original starting order by the looks of it. That's according to the regulation. They might consider the 2 laps done since they've come back, but I doubt it because the red flag came out about not even halfway around the 2nd lap.
So this is always an interesting time to hear from drivers. Hopefully we'll have some of our mechanical gremlins sorted and we might be able to get down to the pit lane and get Alexandre back out. But it's always a time where if I was a driver, I'd be like, don't want to do it now. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. I don't want to get back in. But these drivers are so well trained. Oh, maybe their brains just work in a very different way from ours, where obviously they see it and they know that motorsport is dangerous, but it almost, in these situations, they almost have to forget it. The driver is okay, as we've said. So that's always a good thing because we don't want to think of anything else. But they sort of have to just forget it and carry on, you know. And that's exactly what they'll all do, and they'll go out and maybe tiptoe around a little bit a bit more carefully. What I am interested in, and I honestly don't know if we'll see a replay because it was quite a big hit, even though the driver is okay, is it was such a light tap, is what I'm confused at. And it almost looked like that might have, I don't know, broken something that then meant he couldn't steer, because it was quite a significant movement to the left, if you know what I mean, but felt like a small touch.
Well, when you have sort of corner to corner,
but it wasn't a fast corner.
Well, yeah, but they were on the straight. So let's take a look back at the first corner and the first lap, because we had quite a bit of side by side in the Porsches, swapping places left, right, and centre before we had the. Before we had the red flag out there. So the good starts made by Louis Rousset, but the Enzo Juli car really flying up the order. So it was from 13th up to 7th in that lap and a bit that we managed to go racing in. And Enzo Juli, another one of these young drivers who's coming up through the world of GT racing from Cornençon here in France, just 20 years old, and has been racing since the end of the 2019 season in French F4, and after a full campaign in Spanish F4, made the switch over to GT racing, and so from 2024 up till last year was racing across the GT4 European Series, French GT, where he was a champion in GT4 there with Matmo Evolution in the Toyota Supra, and also the German ADAC series as well. And now making the step up to Porsche Cup competition, as I mentioned in the pre-grid, debuted in that category at the 24 Hours of Dubai with the GP Racing team, and now will be contesting Carrera Cup France with the Martinet by Almeras team. Pierre Martinet is racing himself in that car, oldest driver in the field. Well, while we wait for the barriers to be repaired and for the necessary work to be completed here at the circuit, we're going to take a quick break.
Être un bon traiteur, c'est être intransigeant sur la qualité. On ne fait du bon qu'avec le meilleur. C'est être impitoyable sur les recettes. Quand c'est bon, il n'y a rien à ajouter, rien à enlever. C'est être irréprochable sur le goût. Il faut prendre du plaisir pour en donner. Voilà, pour être un bon traiteur, il faut être intraitable.
Parfaitement intraitable.
Être un bon traiteur, c'est être intransigeant sur la qualité. On ne fait du bon qu'avec le meilleur. C'est être impitoyable sur les recettes. Quand c'est bon, il n'y a rien à ajouter, rien à enlever. C'est être irréprochable sur le goût. Il faut prendre du plaisir pour en donner. Voilà, pour être un bon traiteur, il faut être intraitable.
Parfaitement intraitable.
Être un bon traiteur, c'est être intransigeant sur la qualité. On ne fait du bon qu'avec le meilleur. C'est être impitoyable sur les recettes. Quand c'est bon, il n'y a rien à ajouter, rien à enlever. C'est être irréprochable sur le goût. Il faut prendre du plaisir pour en donner. Voilà, pour être un bon traiteur, il faut être intraitable.
Parfaitement intraitable.
Être un bon traiteur, c'est être intransigeant sur la qualité. On ne fait du bon qu'avec le meilleur. C'est être impitoyable sur les recettes. Quand c'est bon, il n'y a rien à ajouter, rien à enlever. C'est être irréprochable sur le goût. Il faut prendre du plaisir pour en donner. Voilà, pour être un bon traiteur, il faut être intraitable.
Parfaitement intraitable.
Être un bon traiteur, c'est être intransigeant sur la qualité. On ne fait du bon qu'avec le meilleur. C'est être impitoyable sur les recettes. Quand c'est bon, il n'y a rien à ajouter, rien à enlever. C'est être irréprochable sur le goût. Il faut prendre du plaisir pour en donner. Voilà, pour être un bon traiteur, il faut être intraitable.
Parfaitement intraitable.
Être un bon traiteur, c'est être intransigeant sur la qualité. On ne fait du bon qu'avec le meilleur. C'est être impitoyable sur les recettes. Quand c'est bon, il n'y a rien à ajouter, rien à enlever. C'est être irréprochable sur le goût. Il faut prendre du plaisir pour en donner. Voilà, pour être un bon traiteur, il faut être intraitable.
Parfaitement intraitable.
Être un bon traiteur, c'est être intransigeant sur la qualité. On ne fait du bon qu'avec le meilleur. C'est être impitoyable sur les recettes. Quand c'est bon, il n'y a rien à ajouter, rien à enlever. C'est être irréprochable sur le goût. Il faut prendre du plaisir pour en donner. Voilà, pour être un bon traiteur, il faut être intraitable.
Parfaitement intraitable.
Welcome back to the first race of the season for the 2025 Kennol GT Endurance Cup. As you may remember, about an hour and 20 minutes ago, we went under red flag conditions on the second lap of the 4-hour race after a monumental crash for Seb Ligier aboard the Seb Ligier Racing Porsche Cup car. The good news is that Seb was able to get out of the car by himself. He is currently undergoing further medical checks, but we are now getting ready for a full restart. So the order that we saw under the red flag, that will revert back to the original grid minus the 888 car, of course. A new race distance reduced from 4 hours down to 3, one less mandatory pit stop to do, so 4 now instead of 5. The drive time has been reset as well, and there are new minimum and maximum drive time regulations. As the cars make their way back out onto the circuit for a full restart of this race. Teams were obviously not able to change drivers, change tyres, because they are under part firme conditions during the red flag. But the good news is the barrier damage has been repaired at the Hotel Chicane, and so that means the circuit is ready for us to go racing on once again. So as a reminder of how things will line up, 17 cars taking the restarts. It will still be Jean-Bernard Bouvet on pole position in the #1 Vision Ferrari 488 GT3. Alongside him will be the Lamborghini Supertrofeo from CMR of Stéphane Loeb. Then Arnaud Gomez in the Vortex. There will be a gap where Seb Ligier's car should be. So that then promotes the #7 of Louis Rousset, who now inherits Porsche Cup pole position for 2B Autosport. Thiago Monteiro in the #18 drive-in Porsche will be behind him, and then the #89 GP Racing car, which was started by Cyril Salao. The #29 of Ulrich Amado for Netsuv Racing, and then Sébastien Loeb in the #98 sister GP Racing car. The #20 Vortex of Enzo Richer, Reggie Rigo de Seb for RR Racing by Racetivity in their Porsche Cup car. The third and final Vortex is the #21, being started by Philippe Bonnel. Jean-Francois Hardy in the #10 Mirage Racing Porsche, and then the last of the Porsches will be Enzo Julie in the #71 Martinet by Almeiras car, the one that made the biggest progress in that opening lap, but has to go back to last in his class. And then the Alpine Endurance Challenge of Frédéric de Brabant in the 123 car, Marc Jacob in the 94, Benoit Marion in the 19, and then Marc Lopez in the 93 to round out these now 17 car field for this race. And as you can see, it is a full restart procedure because we completed less than 2 laps of racing before the red flag was called. So none of what we saw in that opening lap in a bit before we went under red flag conditions will count towards the final race result, unlike in the European Endurance Prototype Cup race in Mugello last year, for example, where we had red flags about half an hour into the race. It was a sort of combined result of the two portions of the race, so to speak, but because we had less than 2 laps, none of it counted as a full race restart back to the original starting grid as well. So as I say, race distance reduced to 3 hours, 1 less pit stop, and an awful lot of recalculating on the driver times, the minimum and the maximum times for the bronze, silver and gold drivers that make up this field. So I imagine a lot of the teams are recalculating as we speak. So we're just getting the start procedure sorted before while everyone still makes their way back to the grid. But Claire Cottingham's still with me in the commentary box. Of course, the most important thing is that Seb is okay after that horrific crash.
Absolutely. It was a big one that shocked us all here in the commentary boxes, as well as next door in the French commentary box as well. Seb Loeb is, by their accounts, a pretty good guy. So I think it kind of rocked everyone a little bit. Thankfully, hearing the news that he was okay and out the car and being checked over, and hopefully all those checks will come away clear. But they are very, the doctors are very strict on if there's any issues in terms of like concussion or things like that, whether he's allowed to race for Mugello. No matter how long it is, you get quite a strict ban from racing if the doctor at the circuit decides it. So they are very good at checking all of these things very thoroughly, and it's down to the circuit doctor if anyone went back out. But I mean, it's the final race of the day, so we're not expecting to see Seb Loeb back out. Loving the little kids in the pit lane, having a lovely time with their pink and purple fluffy ear muffs on to protect their ears from this noise. Always nice to see with these paddocks, isn't it, that they're very family oriented. They might be seeing dad or granddad or mum or someone racing out there.
Yes, I mean the Prototype Cup race last night, that was very much a family affair, because we had the Yvonne family with ANS, and in the same team the Bocchese twins and the Crulets out together as well. I feel like I'm forgetting one of the family combinations off the top of
There was a father and two sons. There was a father and son.
That was the Yvonnes.
Father and son as well, and then the two twins.
Yes. I think it was just the three then, but yeah, lots of family affairs in the Ultimate Cup. Team CMR. That number 37 machine has already been out for several races so far this weekend in the Ultimate GT Sprint Cup at the hands of Alexis Berthet. Won 2 races in that car. The same machine being used for this GT endurance race as well.
Oh, you for free. We're going to have to get some new comfier chairs for this season. I've got a hole in the floor down here I keep nearly falling into. So it's got wires.
Just for context, yeah, dear listener, there's the hole in the floor for wires, but it's sort of a little bit bigger than it needs to be.
Yeah, it's the size of probably just under the size of the length of my foot. And I'm a size 6 foot, so that shows you how big the hole is that I'm trying to contend with behind me. But also these chairs squeak.
Yeah.
Yours squeaks as well.
Yeah, I'm hoping that it doesn't get picked up too much. On
no, it does. You can hear it.
On the microphone.
You can hear it.
Well, we can hear it, but I don't know if it's necessarily going out on the stream. Of course, a lot of you watching along on the YouTube live stream. Thank you very much for sticking with us and for your patience, and hopefully addressing that Seb got out of the car of his own accord has addressed any concerns that some of you had about Seb after that incredible crash that damaged 2 Armco barriers down at turn 4.
A couple of people asking on the chat on YouTube, is Seb Loeb okay? And he did get out of the car okay. He's currently with the medical team, but from our understanding is just being checked over. The race is going to restart very shortly. As you can see, the cars are lining back up to go racing here in Paul Ricard, and we've lost an hour of racing, so it's just going to be a 3-hour race from now. And someone asking on the YouTube channel, anyone know where they can watch the race? On the channel that you're asking about, mate.
Interesting. Yeah. YouTube live chats are an interesting place to be, aren't they? with the 3-minute board being displayed, we'll have the formation lap underway again shortly. And so let's run through a couple more of the stories. 1-minute board now being displayed. So cars to look out for, obviously, reigning champions starting on pole position, the Vision car. And they are also the best position in terms of the handicap as well, with only an additional 8 seconds. So the standard minimum pit stop time for UCS1 and the Porsche Cup machines is 80 seconds. They only have to be stationary for an additional 8 seconds because they have two bronzes and an AM. If you're unfamiliar with Ultimate Cup machinery, we do follow the FIA grading, but we also have a step below the bronze as well, which is for AM drivers, so sort of even more amateur than what the bronze status is intended for. The car that has inherited Porsche Cup pole position is the car that won the class championship last year, the number 7 2B Autosports car, as we get the formation lap underway. So Olivier Favre is back at the wheel of that car, won the title with Yan Pen Lu last year, and occasionally with his son Romain Favre, we saw him out with Inter Europol competition for the final 2 rounds of the European Endurance Prototype Cup, and took away 2 wins as well, while also competing alongside in the GT Endurance Cup as well. So he was a busy boy towards the end of the season. It's Louis Rousset, one of their silver class drivers, the Midget France champion with VPS Racing from a couple of years ago, who starts the car. And so we were alluding to that in the original start, that teams that have kind of gone against the grain in terms of not starting with their bronze driver, that is one of them. Another one is the car that's now second in Porsche Cup, the number 18 driving car with Thiago Monteiro, who was involved in that collision with Seb Ligier that sent the Frenchman into the barriers. And so the gold-rated former Grand Prix driver starting that car. Ulrich Amado also starting the number 29 Netsuv Racing car. Enzo Richer, the silver class driver in the number 20 Vortex. He's starting for his GT debut as well. And I think in terms of who's starting with their quick driver, that's all of them. No, sorry, I forgot about the 71. 71, Enzo Juli for Martina by Almeras. Carrera Cup France driver for this season, is second start in a Porsche Cup car.
What do you reckon the drivers' mindsets have been like now? We've had about an hour's break between sessions while the barrier was repaired. There was a lot of damage to the barriers due to the 888 crashing. But it must be very hard to get the adrenaline all pumping again, and you know, you probably stopped and had a coffee and got a bit, 4 p.m. Well, it's only 3 p.m. here, but when you get that 3 p.m., 4 p.m. lull, like, you'd have to get that back again, wouldn't you? And I always find it really interesting that the mindset of the drivers having to restart and go again and essentially start this race from the beginning. And will we see the number 1 car once again take the lead from the 37, which has been definitely giving them a bit of a headache, that car, hasn't it, this weekend?
It's a very rapid car, has to be said, and did challenge for the lead into turn 1 on the original race start. But of course, you can see the gap where Seb Ligier's car should be. So Arnaud Gomez will be flying solo on the second row of the grid. But it's take number 2 for the start of the 2025 Kennol GT Endurance Cup season. Cars in the 2x2 formation, waiting for the lights to be extinguished, and the shortened race distance of 3 hours now gets underway. And again, it's a good launch from both cars on the front row of the grid. The Super Trofeo marginally quicker in a straight line, but it is Jean-Paul Pani who manages to hold the advantage into the first corner. Everyone keeping it neat and tidy through the first chicane for the first time of asking. It's Pani who leads, and Arnaud Gomez hanging on to third position, and 2B Autosport still in the lead of the Porsche Cup category, but is being challenged by Thiago Monteiro. Very nearly contact between the Porsche Cup leader and the Vortex in third position, as they were taking two very different lines to the apex of turn number 5. And so it was a good job done there by Louis Rousset to keep that the front of his car clean, heading down the Mistral for the first time of asking. Sorry, my apologies. It was Jean-Bernard Bouvet who was actually starting that car. It's side by side into Scene Corner with Louis Rousset trying to get right around the outside of the 22 Vortex, the lead car, the Arnaud Gomez-driven machine, and that is very punchy stuff on the opening lap of the race. So didn't quite manage to pay off for an overall podium position. But yes, so my apologies for calling Jean-Paul Pani as the start driver. It was Jean-Bernard Bouvet.
Seemed to be, as I came across the line, everyone pressed the button because Stéphane Lemeret, I don't think, was also starting. So I think we've had a bit of a confusion in terms of driver ID just from the red flag. But it has to be said that Bouvier had a very good start there.
Change in position with the 71 Enzo Juli Martinet car getting on the inside of, was that the 98? So on Sébastien Loeb. Now there is a clip to keep for the social media and put that on the CV. Passing Sébastien Loeb into Virage Dupont, and Juli has had yet another mental start to this race because he's gone from 13th overall up to 6th and 3rd in the Porsche Cup category. A little bit of a gap to the top 2 there, and so the faster drivers have already tried to make their way through. Enzo Richer has come into the pit lane though at the end of the first lap in the number 20 Vortex, which is not a good sign at all on his GT racing debut. So I can only assume that the number 20 has got some sort of issue to be coming into the pits this early on. Remember, we have reduced the number of mandatory pit stops from 5 to 4 with this reduced race distance. Jean-Bernard Bouvet out of the Mistral chicane continues to lead. He had a 1 second advantage over Stéphane Lemeret at the end of the first lap, but the Belgian driver still sticking with the Vision car nicely, and that is a change for third position as well, with Louis Rousset through on the Vortex and into third position overall, and Thiago Monteiro trying to do it in Scene Corner as well. That's the second time that Gomez has had a car side by side with him in the fastest corner on the racetrack, and hopefully we see through Le Bousset, who's come out on top in that battle for 4th position. For now, it still looks like Gomez ahead, but not by much at all. And that squabbling is going to allow Enzo Juli to try and close down the gap. Now we can see that battle for 4th once again, so it's still the Vortex. Arnaud Gomez, the driving the car of the brand that he and his brother Olivier founded and are driving for, gave the 2.0 version of their car their first victory in the Ultimate Cup Series at the 4 Hours of Magny-Cours towards the end of last season. Here comes Thiago Monteiro again, not able to do anything into the first chicane.
Monteiro looks a little bit frustrated behind that Vortex, doesn't he?
Well, he's watching the class leader pull away.
Yeah, exactly. He's not able to catch up on that if he leaves it a couple more laps. But you have to say the different racing lines from the Porsche to the Vortex is interesting, and he's trying to find any gap he can. Turn 5 there, he looked like he was going up the inside of the Vortex, but unable to do it there. And yeah, really struggling to get past this bus of a Vortex.
Yeah, it's a 3rd year now for the Vortex 2.0 in terms of its competition, having debuted that car at the 6 Hours of Abu Dhabi, but there is that change for 4th position with Monteiro on the inside at the Mistral chicane, And so he picks up a spot on the Vortex. They're not racing in the same category, but obviously fighting for overall position as well. So with that, he ended up losing a couple of seconds, I think, to his class leader, Louis Rousset. And there you see in the green-nosed car, Enzo Juli closing in on as well. But look at Arnaud Gomez going back on the inside in the middle of Le Bousset, presumably using a little bit of extra downforce that Vortex has got to retake. To retake the position. It's such an unusual corner, because the natural racing line is to go out wide in the middle of that one, but you leave yourself totally exposed for a lunge in the middle of that long right-hander. Enzo Juli arriving on the scene as well with the Martinet car. Remember, his second race in this machine.
And they've wasted so much time squabbling that they've allowed Juli to get under the back of them.
And pulling away from Sébastien Loeb as well, which I didn't think we'd say. But there you can see Sébastien Loeb just at the back of shot in that silver, blue and red-nosed car. And so Thiago Monteiro got it done once. Now he's got to try and do it again, but also contend with the 71 in his mirrors as well.
He's pushing hard around those bumpy curbs, isn't he, of Paul Ricard. He's going to have to be careful. He can't take it that ferociously on every single corner around here. That poor bollard at turn 5 is back to yeah, the poor life of a bollard at turn 5 at Paul Ricard. But can you see if he can close the gap a little bit here on the straight?
So this is the number 20, Enzo Richer, back out on the racetrack, having come through the pit lane earlier on. What it has done is it's ticked off one of those mandatory stops. This is either great strategic thinking, or Enzo had some sort of problem aboard the number 20 at the end of the first lap.
Yeah, you can only think it would be, even strategically, that's a very early pit stop. But I guess we're going to see some different strategies now, because they had all worked out a 4-hour strategy, and now we've suddenly got to do a 3-hour strategy. So that's a very good looking car.
Well, I suppose if they can make it to the end only on 3 fuel stops,
yeah,
then maybe get out of the way now and just run in clean air.
Yeah, they could be
the majority of the race.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that unfolds. And you're right, a great looking race car, that number 20, with that fresh new livery on that car. So still Thiago Monteiro holds on to 5th position overall, with Enzo Juli for close company. I do believe, though, that Sébastien Loeb is starting to reel in those 2 cars that are 2nd and 3rd in the Porsche Cup category, while they are sort of bulked up a little bit behind the Vortex. So the gap that was 1.5 seconds on the previous lap now down to a second. And he's also bringing with him Ulrich Amado, the Net SUV Racing Porsche. We saw that number 29 car out in Mugello. Yes, and they finished 2nd in category, but that was with the previous generation 991.2 car. And now wanting to contest a full season, they ended up purchasing the 992 model of that Cup car. This is Frédéric de Brabant leading the Alpine Endurance Challenge in that very smart 123 car, the machine that he won the Alpine Elf Cup Series gentleman class in. So he's already pulling away 3.3 seconds over Benoit Marion, which is the car with the reigning champions on it, the number 19.
Enzo Richer in car number 20 that just came through the pit lane, and we were wondering if there was an issue or they played a blinder in strategy. Gonna have to be careful with the track limits at turn 7, which is catching a lot of drivers out. He's had a 2nd infringement, so a warning flag, and if he does it again, he will be in trouble with getting a time penalty. And if it is a strategic play that they're doing here, that won't help out his race at all. So he needs to be a bit careful out there.
At turn 7, the left-handed kink that leads onto the Mistral, where in fact Frédéric de Brabant is just coming up to now. But the track limits there on the exit of the corner that need to be monitored, because of course drivers try and play their luck and get every single kilometre an hour they can possibly muster down the Mistral. And look at rejoining this battle for fourth. If anything, Arnaud Gomez is looking a little more secure now in that position, and it's starting to look like Thiago Monteiro is the cork in the bottle.
Yeah, definitely. He's starting to back him up a little bit, isn't he, Monteiro? And that vortex starting to pull away. I don't know if there's been some sort of mistake here, but yeah, definitely car 71 Julie behind is starting to work out where he can get past. And I think here, Monteiro is actually at risk of losing second place in class.
So it's the podium battle in the Porsche Cup category. Of course, we saw Thiago's nephew Lorenzo Monteiro racing in Ultimate GT Sprint Cup last year for the SR&R team, fighting for the class title alongside Lyle Schofield, ironically in the same car. They were battling each other despite being teammates. So they head back out onto the Mistral, but Monteiro, the gold-rated driver, of course, most famous for his podium finish at the fabled United States Grand Prix in 2006.
Oof.
Here comes Monteiro again, late on the brakes. It's the same move he was able to pull a few laps ago, and so that is now fourth position overall secured for Thiago Monteiro. But remember, Arnaud Gomez came back at the Porsche in the middle of Le Bousset. Doesn't look as close as he did the last time Monteiro made the move, but look at the lead that Louis Rousset in the Porsche Cup category has been able to pull, while Monteiro has been trying to usurp this vortex. Let's see, through Le Bousset again, and Gomez takes that narrower line again. It's a slightly narrower line from Monteiro compared to the last time around. He's wise to the move that Gomez was trying to pull, and just about was able to close the door there on the vortex. And so what you saw there was the learning of what happened last time, and I have a feeling that Gomez is going to start feeling a little bit of pressure now, because Enzo Juli, Sébastien Loeb and Ulrich Amadou are coming back in a bit. Down the inside goes the vortex and retakes the place. Thiago Monteiro lights up those rear Goodyears. He's going to try and retake the place on the vortex with the slipstream down the front straight. And here comes Sébastien Loeb trying to retake third in class as well from Enzo Juli. Absolutely incredible stuff as they battle for position down the front straight. Gomez has the line. Loeb making it 3 wide into the first corner. And it is Gomez who comes back out on top in fourth position. He is not taking no for an answer in this battle for fourth. And Enzo Juli there trying to retake the place on Sébastien Loeb side by side into turn number 3. And it is the Martinez car that just about comes out on top. Incredible action.
This is great. And then do not count out car 29 behind as well, who is also in for the party. This is amazing clean racing from these guys. And Sébastien Loeb at one point, or Gomez has been looked at for, go on.
Wide goes Juli trying to round up the Giselle Technology Alpine as well. So you've got to think about lapping the traffic there, and that has allowed Sébastien Loeb to retake the place on Enzo Juli. And so he's ahead, and in fact, Juli's trying to keep his car ahead of the Netsuv car of Ulrich Amadou. And so that wide moment going on to the Mistral, trying to round up the Alpine A110 Cup car, has ended up costing him a place. We say it again and again in endurance racing, it's how you manage the traffic.
Yeah, and this is a masterclass of who comes out on top is the one that has absolutely mastered the traffic the best. This is a really great battle though, because at this point there's about 6 cars that could end up in 4th place. Arnaud Gomez getting a little ticking off for track limits, so got to look out for that one as well, and that's at turn 15, so that's probably actually when they were battling it out, he just went a little bit wide and off the track. Sébastien Loeb, that was before he got overtaken again, it was a great move down the start-finish straight to take, I can't remember where it was now, I think it was 6th or 5th behind, and then lost it immediately. Sébastien Loeb going wide there a little bit then on the start-finish straight again. But yeah, the pack's sort of broken up a little bit now, hasn't it?
Yeah, because of all that squabbling. Leaders, by the way, separated by only 2.1 seconds after the first 15 minutes. Stéphane Lemre is really going with Jean-Bernard Bouvet here. And in fact, last lap around, they set identical to the 1,000th middle sector times. They are quite evenly matched. So by the end of the lap, it was a little bit quicker for Stéphane Lemeret by 0.2 of a second. So the gap sort of ebbing and flowing a little bit. We'll keep an eye on it, but also make sure we keep an eye on this battle as well, because it's absolutely enthralling for the Porsche Cup podium and also for overall position as well. In fact, though, Stéphane Lemeret in second position took 0.4 of a second out of Jean-Bernard Bouvet's lead in the first sector. Here are the leaders. So Bouvet, the reigning champion, being closed in on a little bit by the CMR Lamborghini Super Trofeo. So of course what we've got here is the Super Trofeo car, which technically is a step down from the GT3 platform, but also the 488, now a generation old. And then of course when we're dealing with bronze drivers, we do also have to take their speed into account as well. And the leader's going to get a little bit held up here by the number 19 Benoit Marion, the reigning champion in that class, and that didn't really do him too many favours. Of course, we are into the point of the race where traffic is going to become a consistent issue, and Stéphane Lemeret didn't get held up there at all. So it was 0.6 of a second in the end, taken out of Bouvet's lead, the gap down to 1.5.
Yeah, timing, all that was, unfortunately.
Traffic giveth and it taketh away.
Yeah, exactly. It was just luck from Lemeret, and unfortunately not so much luck for the number 1 car. The Alpine getting out the way quickly though, so good to see. Oh, and 71's got back in front, and there's a drag race now between Sébastien Loeb.
Yep, Sébastien Loeb on the outside in the GP Racing Team Porsche. This is for 3rd position in the Porsche Cup category, with Enzo Juli trying to get back ahead, and on the inside into the first corner. He has got 3rd position in the category. Ulrich Amado just behind them has got a great view of these two drivers who have been swapping places over the last few laps. But it is the young Frenchman who has come out on top for now.
Enzo Juli really showing his way there. That's one of the Vortex that looks like 22. Hard to see, it might be 21.
Yes, Olivier
yeah.
Gomez has taken over the car. So Arnaud Gomez, who started the car, and after only 18 minutes of running in this race, is handing over the car to Olivier. Interesting move. So again, another very early pit stop from the Vortex crew.
There's only 2 of them in that car. It's important to say. Some of them have 3 drivers, only 2 of these. So it might have been that because it's 3 hours rather than 4 hours now, that they've significantly cut. They've kept to the same strategy, but significantly cut it. So they might be flip-flopping quite a bit.
Okay, who had 18 minutes and 24 seconds for the first track limits penalty? Because it has gone to Enzo Juli, unfortunately.
Oh, no.
Now, of course, one of those will have been the moment where he went off trying to round up the Alpine. But that's why you need to sort of bank them, I guess, really. So he's been given 5 seconds for his 3rd track limits infringement. So Enzo Juli, who we saw take 3rd position in the Porsche Cup category away from Sébastien Loeb, within the first 20 minutes has already added 5 seconds onto the race time of the Martinet by Almera's car. This is the class leader and the reigning champions from 2B Autosports. Olivier Favre will be in the car a little bit later, and again, you know, we're talking about these guys being the leaders now, but of course they're starting with their quick driver.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's going to be interesting to see how the strategy plays out now with this one. Sébastien Loeb again, once again under pressure from Amado. Is that? I'm sorry.
Ulrich Amado, yes.
Amado, sorry if I was mispronouncing that. I didn't want to. In the Porsche. Porsche is looking really strong in this category, actually. If you look, the top 3 down to 8th is all Porsches. So great little cars. And they do have a nice little sound to them as well, and they're fast. So Sébastien Loeb is also being reported for turn 13 track limits. Got to be careful out there, because as we've seen, someone's already picked up a penalty.
And that's really impressive, because turn 13 is just sort of a long kink. It's effectively a straight. So what they've done is cut the curbing there.
A couple of them have done it though.
Inside. Wow, that's that's really pushing it out there. Sébastien Loeb racing this weekend with his current partner, Lorene Gody. the co-driver from his rallying days.
Another track warning for Sébastien Loeb. One more, I think. Is he on his second infringement, or has that just changed it? Oh, it was a correction.
That was a correction for Sébastien Loeb.
And 7, not 13.
There. Yeah, I was going to say turn 13 is yeah, that is quite impressive. So turn 7 is the exit of the kink onto the Mistral. And now we have seen Sébastien Loeb out at the end of last season in the Vortex. Was spun round at the end of the first lap, and it was quite a dramatic day for him aboard the Vortex. So great to see him back out again with the GP Racing team. Of course, known as the 9-time World Rally champion, but has done, in terms of circuit racing, the old FIA GT Series, the World Touring Car Championship as well, and also competed at the Le Mans 24 Hour in 2006 with Pescarolo.
Louis Rosset's come into the pits from 3rd place.
So the Porsche Cup leader into pit lane. I mean, we're seeing some really early stops here, and I imagine that's all just part of the newly revised strategy, because we've got 3 hours and 4 pit stops to have to try and squeeze in. And then, just to take the GT3 car as an example, that should be able to do an hour-ish on a tank of fuel.
Changing tyres.
So a new set of Goodyears going on the Porsche by the looks of it.
I assume so. They had the wheel gun, but I didn't actually see the tyres being removed.
It looked like he was putting an old set down.
Yeah, it did, didn't it?
As well, didn't it? So that would rather suggest a curb there for Bernard Bouvet.
4th, he's got
no.
another 5-second time penalty for Julie.
So this is the problem now, because after every single track limits infringement, after the first one, you get a penalty.
Get a lot.
And we saw this with James Winslow in the European Endurance Prototype Cup race last night. Once he got his 3rd one, suddenly then you start picking up more penalties every single time you breach the track limit. So young Enzo Juli, the 20-year-old, has got a little bit of stuff to learn here. Yellow flags out at turn 9, which is the exit of the Mistral chicane. They have been cleared already. Yeah, I wonder if that was the 123 car of Frederic de Brabant, because that car, yes, 10 seconds slower that middle sector was for Frederic de Brabant, and car 93 coming into pit lane as well. Marc Lopez currently last in the Alpine category. And an incident at turn 9 has been noted, so I'm assuming that de Brabant was helped into whatever incident there was there.
And Julie's team manager has now been told to go to race control as well. So
I wonder if those two things are related.
Yeah, maybe, well, it might be the track limits as well, I don't know.
It could well be.
Yeah, telling them to stop doing it after that, because it can get a bit silly after a while.
Quite. So Louis Rousset is back out onto the racetrack, and that means now taking over the lead in Porsche Cup is Enzo Juli, with Sébastien Loeb and Thiago Monteiro for close company, and Ulrich Amado. So it is 1.2 seconds that covers the top 4 in the Porsche Cup category at the moment, and here it is on the racetrack after the early pit stop of Louis Rousset for 2B Autosport.
I think this Porsche category is going to be the one we're going to be watching mostly this year.
Absolutely.
I think it's a really good field of drivers. I mean, if they can keep it into the track limits, because another one has been turn 10 for Monteiro, has now been given another 2nd infringement. So for track limits, you've got to be careful out there. As Louis Rossi, is that back in? Car number 7, the Porsche? Yeah. Is there an issue?
Pit out.
Oh, no, pit out. Sorry, it's Marc Lopez. Sorry.
Marc Lopez currently got the hood open on his Alpine A110. Not sure if that's standard practice, because we have seen it at a couple of their pit stops, but obviously never a welcome sign, really. But they have nearly 3 minutes to just sort of take a look around the car, really, because the standard stationary time is 2 minutes 20 for them, plus the handicap. So they have got time to just sort of pootle around the car and really study what's happening with the car. Of course, that moment for Frédéric de Brabant a couple of laps ago means he's lost the lead in the Alpine Endurance Challenge. It is the reigning champions now from the number 19, Benoît Marion, that leads, but only by 1.1 seconds. So, yeah, that last lap for de Brabant, 2:33 compared to 2:23 for Benoît Marion.
A couple of people in the YouTube chat asking about the big crash earlier. It was Sébastien Loeb in the AAA, and the driver is okay. As far as we heard, he has been checked by the medical team, but he did get out of the car after.
Yeah, of his own accord as well, so that's always a good sign. Thiago Monteiro now coming into pit lane for the GP Racing squad. And I think that's Louis Rousset, I think, has just gone past Olivier Gomez. Yes, I believe that is. So this is the number 7 now, and it's an incident involving 123. So Frédéric de Brabant, and it was car number 18. So Thiago Monteiro was the car that de Brabant was involved with that spun the Alpine at turn 9. Monteiro's not having a very good day.
No, yes.
Because he was involved in the Seb Lejeune crash as well. But yeah, so we did see the change of position there with Louis Rousset moving ahead of Olivier Gomez, who's doing his first stint of the race. Arnaud started the car, and it's a quick turnaround on that. Car 18 drive through penalty for causing a collision. So Thiago Monteiro is going to have to come through pit lane.
Well, we saw something happen because there was yellows out in that sector, and as you quite rightly saw, car 123 had a 10-second extra time on sector 1. So yeah, unfortunate for Monteiro to pick up that, but
I was also looking at the driver tracker as well, because the 123 was stationary for a little bit. But that's not always the most reliable thing, because sometimes the signal just drops out.
Yeah.
But yeah, in that case, it did actually serve me rather well. Car number 17 also in pit lane as well, with Rodrigo de Seb at the wheel for the race activity run car. Thiago Monteiro has vacated the number 18 driving Porsche, and so it is his teammate Shayor Harpal on his, I guess, return to full-time racing after a 12-year hiatus. At the end of last year, did start picking up the odd race here and there, but as a young driver, competed in Formula BMW Asia in 2013 and then stopped racing. So now looking to come back, the Johannesburg driver.
I'm not sure that pit stop was useful for Enzo Richet. He's still down in 16th. Car number 20, the Vortex. And
well, we
hasn't really moved.
We didn't see if he did have any dramas on that opening lap, so we can only assume so. It goes from bad to worse now for Martinet by Almeras, because Enzo Juli's 5th track limits infringement has involved a drive-through penalty. So I'm sure he's going to get quite a stern word, really. I mean, we're assuming that these are mistakes from Enzo, and there is not something ill-fated on that car that is making life much more difficult for him behind the wheel than he would necessarily like it to be. But the facts are 2 5-second time penalties and now a drive-through for yet more track limits infringements, and we're only 30 minutes into this race, but we've got 2 Porsche Cup cars coming in together and very nearly contact with Sébastien Loeb, almost into the back of the number 18. So that's back in again.
Drive-through penalty.
Yes, of course. So that'll be Harpal serving the drive-through penalty that Thiago Monteiro
You'd be furious.
earned. Yeah. So that's why it was a little bit closer, because Harpal is the bronze driver, whereas I'm sure Sébastien Loeb is extracting every possible hundredth of a second on the pit lane entry as well, and a driver change happening there as well. So the RR Racing team, run by Racetivity, they're very busy at the moment. That Racetivity Toulouse-based outfit, especially when you consider some of the teams they used to run as well, which includes Peugeot's works efforts back when they were touring car racing across Europe. So race leader Jean-Bernard Bouvet re-establishing his lead. Now we saw it come down to just over a second, but he's built up a 4-second advantage now over Stéphane Lemeret.
Why would you not change Enzo Julie at this point if he's racked up 5?
Right, so now I'm going to have to get out my revised minimum drive time sheet and try and give you an answer for that.
Yeah.
But the thing is, he should only have a maximum time as the sole silver in that. So with 3 drivers, and you have a bronze, and a silver, then there are no restrictions on the silver class time. Oh no, wait, hang on a minute. I was looking at the wrong one. Sorry. It's very awkward me not having a physical piece of paper here. I've had to take a screenshot of it from the information chat that we all have. So the minimum for the bronze driver is 1 hour. Normally it's 1 hour. Recalculated, it is 45 minutes. But there is no minimum time for the silver class driver. The new maximum time from 1 hour and 15 minutes has been calculated to 56 minutes and 15 seconds. So it's not like they have to run the clock on Enzo, but I'm sure that because the driver changes then have to coincide with the fuel stops as well, and when you're doing your full mandatory stops. So they would be reluctant, I think, just to chuck him out of the car at the first possible opportunity. Another 5-second time penalty has come in for Enzo Richer.
Must respect escape road, turn 8.
Yes, so that would have been not taking the prescribed route, cutting the 8-9 chicane halfway down the Mistral. So Enzo Richer, car number 20 that is. Yep, so that's 5 seconds for them. I'm really glad I started taking a note of these as soon as they started coming in, because I feel like there's going to be quite a lot of them. We're only half an hour into a 3-hour race.
Guys are all being, that's exactly where Enzo would have gone straight through, where those bollards are.
Yeah, so presumably he just made a beeline to get back onto the circuit rather than navigating the cones that you can see.
Might as well just use the escape route at that point. But yes, Enzo Richer not having quite the race I think he would have wanted at this point. Coming in very early as the first pit stop and then poodling around at 16th place. Disappointing for the Formula Cup champion.
Yes, indeed. Had a good race yesterday in the Prototype Cup with Lamo, helping them secure a double top 10 finish at the end of 4 hours. Into the pits now comes Enzo Julie, so the Porsche Cup leader, into pit lane after about 35 minutes of racing. So we're seeing it coming in a little bit later than some of their rivals. And I imagine that we'll see a driver change as well, so they can start ticking off the bronze driver race time as well. Of the Porsche Cup runners, who had we saw the 29 came in as well. So Michael Desmael now at the wheel of that car. Louis Rousset stayed aboard the number 7, didn't he? So who's the top bronze driver in Porsche Cup at the moment? Gabriel Pimont in the 98 GP Racing car, which is about 20 seconds ahead of Loic Thier in the sister car. Although Loic Thier has got the asterisk of doom against his mandatory pit stop count. And so just to give a bit of context on that, on our timing screen, we can see how many of the mandatory pit stops they've ticked off. If one is under investigation at any point, then there's a little asterisk that comes up next to their name. And so what that means is in the final 15 minutes after the pit stop, the pit window is closed, if they haven't done another legal stop, then they will pick up a penalty.
Pick up a penalty. There was an advert in that, do you remember?
Nope.
So pick up a Pringle, I think. Other crisps are available. 5-second time penalty for Stéphane Lemeret in second place.
Yeah, so that's the CMR Lamborghini.
Go on then, Chris. I was all ready to bring it up. Third infringement from second place. Enzo Joulet still in the pits, leading the Porsche. Well, I will say he's leading the Porsche class. He's not really going to be anymore, is he? How many time penalties has he got?
Well,
One
we'll
lap?
we'll have to see when he comes out, because I think he's doing his actual pit stop rather than the drive-through at the moment, because he's been in pit lane for a while.
Yeah, he has.
Now. So presumably whoever gets aboard that car is going to have to just immediately come into pit lane, as Chayo Harpal did for Thiago Monteiro. So I imagine it'll be Louis Rousset who retakes the lead in the Porsche Cup, which he had before he came into the pits. But of course, still got the silver class driver on board, whereas everyone else has sort of swapped out for the bronze driver. Just getting confirmation that he was in the refueling. So it hasn't served that drive-through yet, as far as I can tell. Into the pits has come Stéphane Lemeret, so just picked up that 5-second time penalty for track limits. And now the Lamborghini serving its first mandatory pit stop in this race.
Second place coming in as well, Stéphane Lemeret in the UCS2 class, as we're watching Enzo Richet.
Did that sound particularly healthy? And
I think there's something wrong with this car.
Does it look like it's going particularly fast?
No.
It doesn't look like it's going slowly, but it doesn't look like it's going as quick as it possibly could be.
Yeah.
And I heard a sort of mechanical rattling noise when it went through Le Bousset, which wasn't very comforting.
I think they're having struggles because, like I said, they came in very early for their pit stop, and he's not made any progression apart from 2 places, which I think is just due to other people pitting. So I don't know if there's an issue with the number 20 Vortex, but it doesn't look as healthy and doesn't feel as healthy as it should, as the car number 98 looking to get around 21 here. That's Philippe Bonnell.
So this is 4th position for 6th place in the race currently. Philippe Bonnell at the wheel of the 21 Vortex, and then the GP Racing 98 that was started by Sébastien Loeb, now at the hands of Gabriel Pimont. So 2 bronze drivers fighting for the position there, and that is Michael Desmayal in the blue and yellow Porsche Cup car just up the road from them there, with the Alpine in between them. That's going to complicate things, and the GP Racing car saw the opportunity to sneak down the inside on the Vortex, and that was very, very smart driving there from Gabriel Pimont.
Yeah, that was brilliant. I mean, I'm sure there'll be some shouting from Bonnell in the Vortex car number 21 saying that's not fair. I yielded for traffic, and the other guy saying no, absolutely, I'm going to take it. This is fair. All fair's in love and war, or whatever the saying is.
So that means that Pimont now is line astern with the car 2nd place in the Porsche Cup category, already on the back of him and already side by side with him going into Virage de Lac. and taking second place in that category. So Piedmont's flying out there, and actually that number 29 car also has a pit stop under investigation at the moment that's going to have to be sorted in the final 15 minutes or so. Oh, 93 has gone into the garage. That's not a good sign for them. So Marc Lopez currently at the wheel of the car started that car from 18th and last on the original grid. And sadly, it looks like problems aboard the number 93 car. Finished second in the Alpine category last season. Having joined us from the GT4 European Series. His 5th year of car racing, Marc Lopez, the Barcelona-based 23-year-old, but sadly it's not been a great start to this campaign by the looks of it.
Yeah, disappointing. Never good as well when you're put into the garage. They might be able to get it back out, but by that point you're down a couple of laps and it just becomes a test run, really. Getting more data, getting more time behind the wheel, all sorts of things like that. But if it's terminal, unfortunately they won't be going back out. They're already 10 laps down from the leaders, so the day is ruined.
Rodrigue Guillon now at the wheel of the number 37 CMR Lamborghini. We were just seeing come through the picture, so fellow Belgian driver. It was he and Stéphane Lemray who were competing in the 6 hours of Barcelona with the CMR Super Trofeo as part of the GT Winter Series, the Trans-Iberian GT prototype and single-seater competition that offers a little bit of winter testing to them. But was racing with CMR and Lamborghini Super Trofeo Europe last year, having made the step up from GT4 competition, and was also with CMR at the Dubai 24 Hours earlier this year, but racing in the GTX Ginetta that we saw out in GT Sprints, and I think one round of GT Endurance as well with Lawrence and Freddie Tomlinson. The Ginetta CEO and his son Freddie, which is the sort of the unhomologated car, but they're looking to get it homologated for GT2 competition, which Mike Simpson was telling us about at the end of last season. Mike Simpson taking up a new role, moving from racing driver to sort of business development manager. Mikhail Desmael now ahead of Philippe Bonnell as well and up to 6th position. Car 123, Frederic de Brabant, the leader of the Alpines, back into pit lane. Or in pit lane for the first time, actually, I should say. The sister car hadn't been out. So Frederic, at some point managed to get the lead back from the number 19 after his little contact with Thiago Monteiro, was it not? He got the drive-through for that incident, yes.
They're starting to settle down a little bit now, aren't they? It was all a bit fighty earlier, early doors, and the race just starting to plateau as it then comes back into life. Harpel now getting told off for track limits as well in that car number 18. Monteiro had some issues in car 18, and now his teammate is also getting ticked off. They've already had a drive-through penalty. I'm not sure they can do with any more.
This is the top two in the race, and although it looks pretty close at the moment as it did during the first stint, but Jean-Bernard Bouvet is actually a lap ahead of Rodrigue Guillon. But the reason that that's not bad news is that because Bouvet hasn't been into pit lane as yet, whereas, of course, the Lamborghini has. They've swapped over drivers since the start of the race. Bouvet yet to make an appearance in pit lane.
They're going to have to really think about this in you know, 4 pit stops in basically 2 and a bit hours. They're going to be in and out like a jack in the box.
I think what they can do is they can just do the stops they need to for the fuel, and then just come in, sit in the box, serve the minimum time, and then drive straight back out again. They don't have to go into the refueling zone every time they come into pit lane. So they might be able to just sort of tick them off towards the end of the race. That has been a winning strategy before.
Yes, indeed.
Bouvet continuing on, and then I think we also have to consider as well the minimum drive time for that car as well is going to be different. So let me see what it is now, because it's an AM and 2 bronzes in the Vision, and so that means that it's a minimum of 45 minutes for Jean-Paul Pani, who's yet to get in the car, and for Bouvet it's also a minimum of 45 minutes. So that'll be why they haven't come into pit lane as yet, because they've only just ticked over the minimum drive time requirement for Bouvet's stint.
Assume coming in soon then.
Well, bear in mind as well, it can do roughly an hour on the fuel as well. So if they are going for a sort of minimum fuel strategy, because they could then only have to stop for fuel twice in the race. Yeah. Especially if they're having to sit stationary in the pit lane later in the race as well.
Interesting to see what happens in 2 hours and 12 minutes time. Who crosses the line as winner and sets the benchmark really for how the championship sort of goes off the back of that.
Absolutely. Still leading the Porsche Cup category is to be Autosport, but again, worth remembering, they've kept their silver class driver in, whereas the other teams have swapped out for their bronze. So to be Autosport going against the grain here, and they are known as a French Rally Championship team, but they've been doing circuit racing now for this is their 4th year in circuit racing. They're going to start to become known as a Porsche circuit racing team as well, and it's a team run by Bertrand Bonnet and Boris Mercier, hence the 2 Bs, the Autosports. Is that Philippe Bonnel who's got back ahead of Michael Desmial? Yes, it is. So that's back up to 5th position for Philippe Bonnel and the 21 Vortex. Worth stating as well, the 21 hasn't been into pit lane yet. Michael Desmial has, but it hasn't currently been checked off as a one of the mandatory stops, because presumably they didn't serve the minimum pit stop time required. Incident involving cars 18 and 88. So, well, okay. That, yeah, sorry, yes, triple eight. Well, okay. That ended up taking a while to come up, didn't it? Obviously, the lap 2 incident that caused the red flag is going to be under investigation, unsurprisingly.
Yes, I'm surprised it didn't come up earlier, actually.
I think maybe their attention was more focused on Seb and getting the barriers repaired and getting the race back underway, rather than pointing the finger straight away, and then obviously having to deal with the start of the revised race as well. And they're also busy with track limits as well, it must be said.
Yeah, that's true. They've probably nothing to do with any of that, just well, apart from Sébastien Loeb making sure he's okay, but mostly it's probably just track limits at this point.
Yes.
We'll sort it out once the race starts. Oh, never mind.
Typical. You wait all day to investigate an incident, and then 3 come along at once.
I'm not surprised that's been looked into, obviously, though. It's definitely one that needs to be looked at.
Yeah, I can't help but feel there's going to be another penalty coming the 18's way.
Montiero and the car number 18, yeah. Well, we'll see. We'll see what the stewards decide if they think they've got a lot more data and all sorts than we do, and onboards and stuff like that.
I love watching GT cars around this track, because you see some of the drivers just being so cheeky with the curbing on the inside, particularly here at turn 5. Who's in
the Alpine just took it really carefully, as you were saying.
So Bruno Cervezo.
Is there an issue here, sorry, for 93?
I think Bruno is just getting himself up to speed.
Okay. Sorry, go on.
Obviously, the pace varies between lots of the bronze drivers by several seconds.
It's also been in the pit lane for ages. That's the 93 that was sitting in the garage for a while.
Ah, yes, good spot. So that car is back out of the garage, back onto the racetrack. So probably a quick nut and bolt check before putting pedal to the metal. Race leader Jean-Bernard Bouvet is in pit lane, by the way, for his first pit stop of the race after roughly 51 minutes of racing. But yeah, so what I was going to say about the curbing is that some of these GT drivers just really take the mickey and just completely cut the corner. And they say, what? It was legal. I was on the curb. Like, son, that's not where the track limits are.
Well, they're all getting penalised for it, so let's see if they can get away with it, and more than often they don't. Oof.
Slidey there
wasn't it? Yeah.
For 94, Gianni Schiabarassi. And it's worth talking about the new Alpine Endurance Challenge that has been introduced for this year, specifically amongst the Alpine runners. Just checking to see whether that was a battle for position, but it is not Loetier. A lap ahead of the Enzo Juli 71 car, which of course has been through the pits once for a regular stop, and also for a drive-through penalty as well. There is the Vision Ferrari having a drink, and the CMR Ginetta back in as well, so they'll have ticked off 2 of their minimum mandatory pit stops, while Vision has only ticked off 1. Very interesting. Again, we're going to see how this all plays out in the sort of final half hour, 15 minutes or so. Car 93 is reportedly slow on track, according to the timing screen.
And according to my eyes.
Yes, so that was the car that had just emerged from the garage. Louis Rousset also bringing the number 7 to be Autosport car in from the lead of Porsche Cup, and that's a driver change. So Louis' time in the car is up. So he'll be handing over either to Romain Favre or Olivier Favre. And I regret I do not know what either of their helmets look like. So we'll wait for it to come up on the timing screen.
A lot to remember.
Yeah.
There's a lot of drivers in this championship. Of course, this is one of the championships we do, but we do also do the Endurance Prototype. We also do the
Sprint Proto, Sprint
and
everything.
Yellow flags at 15.
That's the final corner, Virage Dupont. Well, nothing obvious on the half a second we could see as we panned across.
I assume it was someone having a spin. 21. No, it could have been any of those.
Just looking at the times to see if there was anything glaringly, obviously wrong.
17. I don't know.
Yeah, that would make sense. So maybe Daniel Wazinski in the RR racing car, because a minute and 6.
Now. So yeah, that would make sense.
Yep. So potential dramas there for the RR racing car. And of course the. I've just seen that because there was tyres being prepared for the Vision. We still has Jean-Bernard Bouvet at the wheel. I believe there's still the rule about having to come in twice here, once for your fuel and then once to do your actual pit stop, because we've got teams either side of the slip road into the refueling area.
Yeah.
Which we didn't have in the prototype race last night because they managed to fit all the teams on one side of that slip road, because it's halfway down the pit lane, and so you wouldn't be able to have teams doing it in one lap basically, because you'd have to drive past the entrance to get to your box. And so what that means, you have to come in, do one or the other, either go into the fuel and go around and then do your pit stop, or vice versa.
Yeah.
And I do believe that they weren't able to accommodate that for the GTs as well, which is why Vision and yep, right on cue, Bouvet back into pit lane as well to serve the actual pit stop element. So he took on the fuel last time around, now coming in for a fresh set of Goodyear tyres and also for a driver change as well. Away goes the CMR.
Sorry, coming in.
Away goes the CMR Lamborghini. That was in there for a while. That arrived like before the Vision left, so that car's done a full lap of the circuit by the time that car's got back out onto the circuit. It's been stationary for a long while. That Vision team going to work. Quick check on driver's right. Changing the water bottle. That was there for whoever got aboard.
I think it's Ionetta, I believe, because it didn't look like
Jean-Paul Pani.
No, Julio. Oh no, yeah, that's right. Yeah, I think it would be in. Yeah, I think. I don't know.
Yeah, well, we'll see when the driver ID updates.
Yeah, it wasn't as tall. No, I think it's Ionetta. I'm gonna bet my nothing on that.
Bet my shoes on.
Oh, I like my shoes. Bet my apple.
I don't want that apple.
What's wrong with my apple?
The red ones are a bit too sour for me.
Oh, I took everything not to say something bad to that. Oh, dear.
No, never let me eat a pear, Claire. I hate pears.
Okay, I think the greens are more sour than the red ones.
I think that's probably what I meant.
Yeah,
I meant it's too sweet for me.
You prefer them sour, do you?
I prefer sour, yes.
Have you ever eaten a cooking apple by accident?
I have actually, yes. That's a terrible mistake to make.
Oh, so horrible.
And as much as I, enjoy salty foods, liking sour things, I have had incidents with the salt shaker when it's a bit low, and you shake it a bit more aggressively, and then it all comes out in one spot.
Oh, that's upsetting.
Yeah, absolute nightmare.
Get the little spoon out and take it all out.
Oh no, I just treat it like a dipping sauce.
My grandpa used to have, I don't know if it was something to do with the war, but he used to have like a pile of salt on the side of his plate, and he used to literally dip food, like the salt into the food.
Interesting.
But apparently it was quite a well-known thing in the war, because they would have rations and things like that, and I don't know.
Well, we are coming up to the end of the first hour.
Thank God.
The
Stop me talking.
First race of the season in the 2025 Kennol GT Endurance Cup. It looks quite interesting because after that first round of pit stops, it is Gabriel Pimont and Loic Thier 1-2 for GP Racing in the overall classification, and so the 98 leading by 27 seconds over Loic Thier, but that 89 car does have a pit stop under investigation. Yet to do any of its stops so far is Philippe Bonnell in the number 21 car that is currently third placed overall, and Michael Desmayel in the number 29 Netsuv car is third in the Porsche Cup category, also with a pit stop under investigation. A very well placed car though at the moment is 2B Autosport's number 7 car in 5th position, which has ticked off 2 of its mandatory stops. Jean-Paul Pani has just emerged back into the race after his first pit stop in 6th position, with Shayar Harpal 7th for for the number 18 driving crew. Enzo Juli 8th and Rodrigue Guillon and Thibaut Caray completing the top 10.
Particulier avec ce gros accident et ce drapeau rouge dès le deuxième tour. Il a fallu reprendre une phase de concentration, repartir après 1h20 pour une course qui a été diminuée de 1 heure. Comment est-ce que ça s'est passé pour vous?
Effectivement, déjà je voulais parler du crash. J'espère qu'on a des bonnes nouvelles de Seb parce que voilà, c'est un très bon pote aussi. Donc dans ces cas-là, ça fait toujours un petit peu mal ce genre de situation. Après, il y a la longue attente derrière, on ne sait pas ce qui va se passer. Donc effectivement, il faut s'isoler un petit peu, prendre du recul et puis remettre tout en place. Donc voilà, pour le deuxième départ. Sinon, techniquement parlant, les pneus, ils ont fait un bon yo-yo et moi j'ai eu beaucoup de mal sur mon premier relais à choper, à prendre le grip sur mes pneus. Donc c'était un relais un petit peu difficile, mais bon, ça roulait quand même devant. J'avais la Lambo en ligne de mire derrière moi et puis j'ai fait ce que j'avais à faire pour ce relais. Maintenant, ça va être à Jean-Paul et puis voilà. Effectivement, il va nous manquer 1 heure de course pour tout le monde. C'est comme ça, hein, c'est les aléas de ce genre de situation.
On le voit à votre t-shirt, c'est aussi une course très spéciale pour le Team Visium. On pense beaucoup à Didier. J'imagine que cette course, elle est aussi dédiée à lui.
Ouais, c'est un moment très fort puisque voilà, il manque à plein d'endroits sur une course en tout cas. En tout cas, moi, c'est voilà, très très fort. Donc effectivement, au fond de nous, je vous cache pas qu'on va la chercher pour lui. Donc voilà, c'est ce qu'il faut se mettre en tête. Et puis voilà, on roule pour ça.
Merci Jean-Bernard.
Merci.
We enter hour 2 of the 4 hours of Le Castellet. So let's take a look back at what's happened so far in the first hour.
So you join us again with 1 hour 55 left of this race. Claire Cottingham here alongside Chris Stevens, who is getting a bit chilly in the commentary box despite the aircon not actually being on, but you're still finding a way to complain about the air. It's not on, I promise you. Look at you. It's not on. I've done magic. Magic.
But all I'm saying is there's cold air coming out of that box.
I'm very confused. Hang on, let me try and...
I didn't think I'd need a jacket today, bearing in mind how blooming warm it is outside.
Yeah, I definitely have turned it off. Anyway, if you joined us last year, Chris and I can never, ever... we've got no agreement on speed. Speed? Sorry, I read speed and I didn't even say speed. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Very boring stuff about aircon and us not agreeing with each other. We've been doing a lot of talking over the last couple of days, so
yes.
Forgive us if we say what we see now, like Ron Burgundy.
Couple of track limits penalties coming in while we were looking at the highlights there. So a third penalty of the race for the number 18 drive-in Porsche, but the first track limits penalty, really. So Shayo Harpal picking up 5 seconds there, but it is a 7th infringement for Enzo Giuli, which has resulted in a second drive-through penalty. I'd love to know what is going on in that number 71 car that is making life so difficult for Enzo in that car. Of course, silver class driver, the youngster who was involved in a great battle for the lead in class early doors, but since then it's not gone so well. So a reminder of how things are standing at the moment into the second hour. GP Racing no longer 1 and 2 because the 89 car, Loetier, has done its second stop. So that has promoted Mikhail Desmiel here in the number 29 blue and yellow Netsuv Racing Porsche up to second overall. They also have a pit stop under investigation as well as the 89 though. But what's interesting to me here is that the Porsche Cup cars have jumped the Vision Ferrari and the 37 Super Trofeo as well, while doing the same number of stops. In fact, Olivier Favre, now at the wheel of the number 72B Autosport car, has done 2 stops and managed to jump those cars.
I told you the Porsche category is going to be a good one to be watching in this championship this year. Hopefully these drivers will be consistent within the championship and we can see them battle it out for the win at the end. Because we've got a big grid here and it's good to see of 18 odd drivers. And be good to see them stay for the season.
Absolutely. 9 cars starting the Porsche Cup category in this race. And certainly a very competitive one as well, with lots of different takes on how to go about the racing. So as it stands, best placed car is in third. 2 pit stops completed for the number 72B Autosports car, and it's the reigning champion Olivier Favre currently at the wheel. So presumably that means that they will put Romain Favre in for the end of the race. Yeah, sorry, I was getting confused between a couple of drivers in my head for a second there. Enzo Giuli into pit lane after that 7th track limits infringement and a second drive-through penalty.
Yeah, having a bit of a shocker out there, isn't he?
Oh, he's now vacating the car. Much to the poor person who's monitoring track limits and race controls relief.
Yeah. It'd be interesting to know what kind of went on there, if he was sort of struggling with the handling or whether he, yeah, Car 20 team manager to report to the race. That's the vortex that we're following now, I believe. Yes, it is.
Philippe Papin now at the wheel of that car, having taken over from Enzo Richer. Very difficult start to the race for the single-seater convert. So Enzo Giuli handing over either to Gerard Tremblay or Pierre Martinet. Of course, the difficulty for that team is that they'll have put all the hope in Enzo to put them in a good position, because Pierre Martinet is the oldest driver in the field, and Gerard Tremblay himself is 74 as well. So I'm not saying you get slower as you get older, but we're not expecting them to be the fastest out there. But instead, what's happened is that Enzo's picked up 10 seconds worth of time penalties and 2 drive-throughs as well. So sort of the opposite of what they're really aiming for. Gabriel Pimont into pit lane from the lead of the race to tick off his second, well, that car's at second pit stop of the race. And Michael Desmayal should be able to take lead in that case. And again, we saw this car out in Mugello. Michael has been competing in the Roscar GT series with Ulrich. Yeah, so Desmayal goes on for another lap. The bronze driver in the Pro-Am lineup. And let's go down to Alexandre Herbin in the pit lane. Okay, well, hopefully we'll hear from Alexandre in a little bit. I think it's just a slight delay on getting that one ready. Huge swapper for the number 18 at Chopin Harpal going on to the Mistral there. Gathered that one up. Let's try again and go down to Alexandre in the pit lane.
I'm with Benjamin Pack, one of the teammates of Sébastien Loeb. Benjamin, it was a really difficult beginning of the race. You talked with Seb. How is he?
Yes, Seb is okay. He's good. So it's the most important news today, I think. Yeah, so now he's going to the hospital to have more analysis. But yeah, the most important, and he's okay. And now we will try to have the maximum.
Thank you.
Well, an all-important update there on the condition of Sébastien Loeb after that horrifying crash on lap 2 of the original start. We knew that he was able to get out of the car unaided, and great to have an update there from Benjamin Pack, who I'm sure was looking forward to getting out there in that car, but I'm afraid that's going to have to wait a little while. And as Benjamin said, of course, the most important news of the day is that Sébastien is okay. And again, a huge testament to the efforts of not only the manufacturers to make their cars as safe as possible, but also the circuit designers to make their tracks as safe as possible as well. And we thank the marshals who attended the scene as well and helped to get those barriers repaired and helped us to go racing again today, because without the Orange Army, we simply cannot go racing. Refuel for number 29, Michael Desmayal, who did inherit the lead of the race after that second stop for the 98, I believe it was. Cyril Salal now heading out onto the racetrack on the other GP racing team at Porsche, number 89. Come over from Super Trofeo Europe. There's the 51-year-old Frenchman. No stranger to the Porsche Cup machinery, though, having raced with HRT and the Dubai 24 Hours in the Porsche Cup category. There's one noise I've missed in winter. It is the turbo whirl
whistle
of the Ferrari V8.
Making their way back up to second place now. So normal service is nearly resumed for the number 1.
But still with that additional stop to serve compared to the Autosport car.
Still quite a lot of people that need to come into the stop. I'm fascinated by where these strategies are going to go and who's going to come out on top, because I think it's going to be some different strategies from what we expected.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm still trying to get my head around how all the Porsche Cup runners managed to jump the Vision, because the Vision is the lightest car on handicap as well, so it's not like they were stationary for a really long time either, as Jean-Paul Pani does officially retake the lead of the race for Vision, with Michael Desmael and Gabriel Pirmont in pit lane. So an hour and 43 to go. Checking with the Alpine Endurance Challenge, it's Luca de Grange now at the wheel of the 123 Alpine A110 that was started by Frederic de Brabant. Luca, the only silver class driver in that class, and I believe that the 6-hour finale at the end of last season was his first car race, having competed in the iArmy X30 series previously. So still very early in his car racing career. Did start off this year racing at the 6 hours of Abu Dhabi in the Coventic Middle Eastern Trophy alongside Frederic de Brabant. For them, it's the TCX category. So they finished second there behind the sister Chazelle car. One thing I'd forgotten about as well, Frederic de Brabant, former Mirage Racing boss, and is on track with the Mirage Racing car out there as well in the Porsche Cup category.
Seeing a lot of crossovers as well, aren't we, in this category? In the whole of the Ultimate Cup, some people racing in a couple of different car number 20 now under investigation, speeding in the pit lane. That's the Vortex, which is currently running down in, well, I think it's behind its own on the timing screen. I can't see it, so it must be, oh, there it is, sorry.
12th position at the moment.
Just coming out the pit lane with Philippe Papin behind the wheel. But yeah, being looked into speeding under in the pit lane, which is a pretty slam dunk, you can tell.
Yeah. Oh, and it's got it worse because it's stopped on the exit of the pit lane. So Philippe Papin there, having just emerged from the pit lane and completing, I think it was its second mandatory pit stop. Yes, it was. Now there's life in the Vortex yet. It's slowly going away there. The CMR Lamborghini rounding it up. All is not well aboard that number 20 Vortex, but the good news is that the yellow flags have been cleared. That car is able to move under its own steam, so there'll be no need for any full course yellow or safety car interventions, but that is not a fast moving car. Look at the underside flapping away like an overexcited pigeon.
I said there's something wrong with this car at the beginning, and since then I've been only convinced there's still issues with that car, number 20 Vortex, because it came in early to pit, then it was quite slow and pooted around.
Now, was that fluid it was leaking out of the back? There, just saw a splash of it. I think it is dropping some fluid onto the racetrack. That's not going to be welcome news at all for any of the drivers around the circuit, or indeed for race control. Yeah, look at it, it's spewing all over and right on the racing line as well. So whatever underside damage there is on that car that maybe has been done over a curb somewhere, or repeated hammering of these very aggressive curbs that we have here at Paul Ricard, has busted some sort of line that's now leaking fluids. And frankly, if he is leaking fluids, then he should be told either keep well off the racing line or simply park it.
I don't know if it's leaking fluid, but it's definitely plumes of smoke down the back, which isn't usually what they do. And it's also slightly, I feel like, leaning.
Well, you can hear the bodywork rubbing against it there. I'm sure there was fluid coming out the back of it.
I couldn't see it, but yeah, you're probably right.
When we saw the rear-facing shot there. Let's see if we can, in Le Bousset. It's in the shadows there. Whatever it was spewing out seems to have stopped. But certainly that's not a very healthy car.
Well, yeah,
so
not happy.
Hopefully that doesn't cause issues for anyone else out there. So, race leader Jean-Paul Pani, we just saw going through the shot there, a lap ahead of Stéphane Perrin, but remember that the Vigiom owes us one more stop than the Lamborghini. But it is Pani ticking off his minimum drive time of 45 minutes. And it is the number 17 on our racing car, Rodrigo de Seb, who is just behind him directly on the racetrack. Number 7 back in for its penultimate pit stop now. So Olivier Favre in the box. And looks like he's staying in the car for now as well. Yes, it is. Let me check. At what point can Romain get in the car? I wonder. I think we need when Olivier got into the car, actually. So, which I don't have. We don't have the drive time for Olivier Favre, annoyingly, but I'm sure that once they're able to put Romain in the car, they'll be able to do so. Right, so the number 20 car that we saw going very slowly has ironically been done for speeding in the pit lanes. We saw that pop up earlier. It's a drive-through penalty for Philippe Papin. Doubt it will be doing any speeding the way it's going at the moment, but the driver who we saw twice out in GT Endurance last year with the XP racing team bought a Ferrari 488 Challenge Evo, and stepping into the Vortex for this year, as well as Roland Marchi, his teammate, who we're yet to see out. It is, yeah, not a very good day. Just coming up to half race distance in this 3 hours of Paul Ricard, and the picture getting clearer with every pit stop cycle as well. We've got 2B Autosport who are ticking off the mandatory pit stops nice and quickly. We've got race leader Jean-Paul Pani, who's been happy to stay out there for as long as he has to. Worth mentioning as well that Stéphane Lemeret is currently lapping quicker than Pani. There wasn't much separating them in the first stint, those two cars. Of course, it was Bouvet at the wheel of the Vision and Lemeret at the wheel of the Lamborghini. It's Lemeret back in the car.
He's lapping him by about, he's taking time out of him by about 3 seconds.
Yeah, that was the previous lap. We'll see what it is this time around. Oh, this time around it's even slower for Pani. It's a 2:10. We'll wait for Lemeret to cross the line in the 37. He's just coming around the final corner. So let's see what this lap is. I'm sure there was some traffic there for Jean-Paul Pani. But the Lamborghini crosses the line now, and that lap it was 4 seconds taken out of the race leader. And so that probably means that by the time the Vision comes out, the Lamborghini will probably jump it once the Vision's done its second stop. Because 37, yeah, it's not a huge difference in terms of the stationary time either. It's only 3 seconds more that the Lamborghini has to do because of having 2 bronze drivers. It's worth mentioning that Pani is in the step lower than the bronze, the AM category of driver. Well, we've been talking about the newly introduced Alpine Endurance Challenge with the Chazelle Technology team, and Alexandre Herbin has made his way down to the French team to go and speak to some of their drivers.
Louis, this first season marks the beginning of the Alpine Endurance Trophy, a new category with Alpine. We know that you are really happy to work with Alpine and the Ultimate Cup European Series. Can you talk about a little bit about this category?
Yes, very happy to be there with 4 cars, the first ever race of the Alpine Endurance Cup. So that's a good thing for us to be there. Our 4 cars are fighting for the race today, so we are really happy for the moment, and we hope that it will continue.
We are close to the middle of the race. How is the race so far for you?
Yes, we had a big battle between the car 123 and 19. Unfortunately, the 90 car have a technical problem. It just go back now. So the car 123 is leading with 2 drivers, Frédéric de Brabant and Luca Desgrange. So they are in good way for the moment.
Yesterday we talked with Frédéric and Luca. It's a good combination of experience and a younger and faster driver. How is this combination works inside the team?
Yeah, that's a good pairing of driver for us. Frédéric de Brabant is the winner of the Alpine Elf Cup Series in gentleman category last year, so that's a really good gentleman driver. He's driving with Luca Desgrange, a new young driver. So yeah, that's a good pairing, good fight. But in endurance, this is a pair of driver with bronze and silver. There is penalty during the pit stop, so they need to be 100% focused and fighting all the race because the other driver are competing with only bronze driver. So no, that's a good challenge for them. So for the moment, everything going well for them. But there was a good fight with the 90 car also.
And in the 19 car, there is the champion of last year. They want to come back and to win against the title?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, yes, good. They have a lot of experience. This is their 3rd season in Alpine in Ultimate Cup Series. So yes, it will be a good fight during all the season. So we are happy.
Thank you, Louis.
Thank you.
Speaking of family affairs, as we were earlier, there's one at Chazelle Technology because Louis, the team manager there, son of Renault Chazelle, the team owner, and his sister Victor is also the team coordinator there as well. Looks like we had the lead for lead change hands in the Porsche Cup category. Gerard Tremblay trying to get up to speed, the AM driver, and so being passed by Cyril Salai, I believe it was. Yes, he's just gone over the timing line. Third overall now in the Porsche Cup lead. Ulrich Amado, the silver class driver in the Netsuv Racing car, is back aboard, the number 29 in third position in that category. And I think about 40 seconds or so behind the car ahead. I'm sure that would have come down on this lap, but yeah, I'm sure he'll be trying to reel in the top two in that class. This is the second place car, Stéphane Lemeray, that has stopped taking chunks of time out of Jean-Paul Bani on that previous lap. But there has been some good work done in this stint as we just cross over the half race distance mark. Of course, remember, this 37 CMR car has done one more of the mandatory pit stops than the race leader Jean-Paul Pani. Thiago Monteiro is back aboard the number 18 drive-in Porsche as well, the gold-rated driver. In the pits currently is the number 10 from Mirage and the number 17 RR Racing Porsches. So Jean-Jacques Hardy and Reggie Rigaud de Seb in the box, as is Julien Bouni, the number 19 Chezelka, and Olivier Gomez in 22. We see what, if anything, overly dramatic happened to that car. They sort of seem to disappear off the face of the earth with pace in that car earlier in the race. Remember, they were fighting amongst the Porsche Cup leaders. So yeah, see what's gone on there with that one. Monteiro putting in his and the number 18 car's best lap of the race, a 2:07.1. Currently 6th in the Porsche Cup category. So trying to get himself up the order while he is in the car and undoing the damage of the drive-through penalties and two 5-second time penalties that car has picked up as well. It's time for our regular, semi-regular it's becoming now, check-in with Goodyear tyres. Sebastian Trinks joins me in the commentary box. Sebastian, how are you?
Yes, thanks you for the invitation. Yeah, very good. Unfortunately, it's only a 3-hour race now because of the incident we had, but so far, yeah, there's no more big incidents, so there's some nice fights, especially in the Porsche Cup. With the nice machinery and the level of drivers is just getting better and better.
Definitely seems like the Porsche Cup is the highlight of this race, probably the highlight of the season, with 9 cars originally taking the start. And well, presumably that's just a brand and a car you're just getting more and more familiar with now.
Yes, for sure. As we are always developing new specs through our portfolio. Last year we had found a pretty good spec which is matching the 992 Cup very well, especially for endurance. And yeah, all teams are happy. Pretty consistent tire, especially for this circuit here, as there's not a lot of energy coming from the circuit, but now with the nearly hot conditions, so it's nearly 30-degree track time now, which is already quite good for this period.
And you guys have expanded your partnership with the Ultimate Cup for this year. Last night we saw the Novas in the European Endurance Prototype Cup run for the first time on Goodyear tyres. What was the feedback like after that first race?
Very positive, to be honest. We already did a bit of testing during the winter. Some teams already did private testing, and then we had the winter test some weeks ago here. The feedback was basically immediately very positive. Teams just swapped basically the tire to our product and didn't change any setup and have been quicker than before sometimes. Especially the gentleman drivers feel very comfortable and they have confidence in the car, which is very important because the pro drivers, they can more adapt their driving style and so on, but especially for the gents it's really good. The race was quite interesting yesterday night. Yeah, few incidents. as always, a little bit of contact here and there, but all in all.
Oh, speaking of contact, sorry to cut over you there, a miraculous 1080. Oh, no, it's gone back the other way. Didn't quite make the barriers, though, for the number 94, Mark Jacob. Oh, that will have put his heart in his mouth. It swapped 2 ways round and then back the other way, and he only just kept it out of the barriers on the exit of Scene Corner, the fastest corner, I think, that we go to all season, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's not an easy layout in general. You have a lot of quick corners, and as I said, the grip level is in general quite low on the circuit.
Oh, look at cocked the inside front wheel over the curbing and almost caught it right there, and then it comes back the other way, but he just about got it stopped before that left rear made contact with the concrete barriers, and he has got it going again, green flags waving around, yeah, I'm sure with a bit of help from Goodyear grip as well, was able to get that going.
Yeah, it looked like he was not fully on the brakes, so it looks like there's not 4 flat spots all around. But yeah, let's see. Normally it depends, maybe they're coming in now and checking if there's... Normally there was no damage on the car, it just was on the curb and then maybe a bit too quick, and on the curb there's less grip than on the tarmac, obviously, especially exit of the corner.
So the tyres shouldn't be shaking the fillings out of his teeth just yet then?
Not yet, yeah. I think there are more aggressive curbs in the calendar this year.
So, I mean, we're talking about the gentleman drivers, obviously Mark is one of them, and we talk about how teams in Pro-Am racing, they're always trying to set the car up for the gentleman driver so that it is easier for them and making sure they can stay on the track and do steady, consistent lap times. And I imagine that is a similar goal for you guys in terms of being a tyre supplier.
Yeah, exactly. We have so many different cars, not only here in Endurance, also in Sprint. It's so many different car concepts, GT3, GT4, 992 Cup. Then we had the GT2 Maserati yesterday, the Lamborghini Super Trofeo, the Alpine, different GT4 cars, the Aston Martin, also the Audi, and nearly each of the cars is a different tire spec, tire combination in terms of size. So we always need to have the right spec basically in place. Due to the learning last year, we nearly had all the correct specs end of season, but during the winter we prepared that much better because we have experience from early circuits last year. And now, yeah, basically I would say we have around maybe 30 different tire specs on site, slick and wet tires, to match all these different conditions, but there's only one spec for all the season per car, so we're not changing soft, medium or hard or something like that. We just leave one spec per car per season, that it makes life easier also for the drivers to adapt, and also for the engineers to manage that, and also for us in terms of logistics.
Yeah, so making life easier for you guys, simpler for the teams as well. Last night, for the Novas having their first race with these Goodyears, it was a bit cruel of Ultimate Cup really to make it on a cold, dark night, having not done the night running and not done a full double stint on those tyres. So did anybody have any concerns about that, or was it just a sort of voyage of discovery for everyone?
There was, to be honest, there was no concerns, and that's not a lie, because the teams did a lot of testing. We had tires which did in winter testing up to 400, 250 kilometers and still performing quite well. You saw it yesterday, end of the race. Some drivers are doing still the fastest personal lap times end of the race. That means, yeah, you have the most worn tires normally. Yes, you're low on fuel as well, but that's similar to qualifying. But there's also not a big degradation. So if you see start of the race, lap times, and then end of the race, there's not a big drop in general.
And here in the GTs as well, this is another year of supplying for the 2 GT series here in the Ultimate Cup. The variety of cars you have to cater to, because we've got everything up from GT3 spec cars all the way down to the Alpine A110s, and I imagine they're put under very different stresses.
Yeah, especially the GT cars, due to the weight. They are more aggressive, they have much more load on the tires. So that means we're working already, let's say not day and night, but quite a lot with the teams to manage their tires. We're also helping with strategy. We are taking tire temperatures and tire pressures and helping the teams to adjust and find the the right setup and also the right pressures, because if you put an amateur car in the driver, for example, he's starting with different cold pressures compared to a pro driver, because he's more easy on tires, let's say, and the pro drivers, they're pushing much more, which is having an influence on the cold pressures. And just speaking about pressures, we are working in hundreds on cold pressures. So we are always changing. If the ambient is changing by 1 degree, you need to adapt that on the cold pressure as well.
So how does that then affect the performance? Because we had James Winslow in the box for the start of the race last night, and the two words he used more than any others were tyre and pressure, talking about how he thought, these guys have got good lap times at the moment, their pressures are sort of coming up then, and these guys are saving it for later in the stint. So yeah, how do those changes affect the performance?
So at the end, the pressure is the key for tire management, especially for endurance racing. For the sprint, you don't need to be that accurate like in endurance racing, because in endurance racing, if you're setting the pressures and the car needs to run 1 hour, 1 hour 10, you can't change anything. The driver needs to cope with the pressures he has. You cannot change it. So obviously the pressure is very important, and also depends on tire strategy itself. So we've seen a lot of different tire strategies yesterday in the Nova race. Some teams were just changing basically the left-hand side. Some teams were changing front and right-hand side all the time, so swapping them always for each stop. It's totally different philosophy, and it depends on the engineer. And yeah, at the end you see the best race strategy after a 4-hour race, which pays off.
Yeah, absolutely. You guys are sort of keeping busy this year, because and this weekend as well. You lot are all off to Barcelona on Monday, aren't you?
Yeah, so some of our engineers already left to Barcelona, because it's the prologue, which is starting tomorrow for ELMS. We're still playing there the LMP2 and LMGT3 category. So they have the prologue Monday, Tuesday, and then the first race starting on the weekend. So I'm also joining these guys from tomorrow onwards. Yeah.
And then after that, presumably, it's not long until that season starts as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, for me personally, after that I have, like, let's say 3 weekends off. So the next event will be Nürburgring. So I will also in charge of the Nürburgring activities from Goodyear.
So that's for the NLS?
That's from the NLS, yeah, 24-hour race and so on. So I'm attending these events as well.
Which teams are you working with?
We are having all the products for all the different categories. So for NLS, we have GT3 cars, GT4 cars. We have 4 classes now which are exclusively on Goodyear, because of the Nürburgring NLS. It's still open tire competition. So we are fighting against 9 other tire manufacturers. And already this year we had the first race last week, and we have more than 30% share of market. That means, yeah, we had 35 cars running on Goodyear, and the tendency is increasing through the season.
Excellent. And I'm always curious, when you go to the Nürburgring, what's the goal of a tyre there compared to, say, a track like this at Paul Ricard?
At the end, you need to see a difference between like a factory GT3 car compared to let's say a local team which is earning money with that. So it's private racing. Small teams are basically in the same box like a factory GT3 car. So at the end, we are fighting against other tire manufacturers. So you need to convince the customers with the product, with the service, and also with the price. So that's always quite interesting. It's nearly the only championship worldwide with open tire competition. And this is what makes it very interesting. And also in the Nordschleife, it's the Green Hell, 25 kilometers. It's not a standard circuit, so it's very demanding on tires. So again, there you always need to have good engineers, need to have a good collaboration with the teams and drivers, to extract maximum performance from the tires.
I suppose also you have the luxury of making a dedicated tyre for a circuit, whereas when you're supplying to Ultimate Cup, for example, you're making sure it works in the cold temperatures that we had last night against, say, when we go to Aragon, where we think it's going to be very, very, very hot and very abrasive.
Yeah, so at the end, we have a lot of experience from recent years in different categories, and we are basically bringing that into our tire development and new tire, building new tires, new specs with different philosophies. And at the end, especially here for Ultimate Cup, as I mentioned, we have one spec per car or per category, but that's the same tire through the season. So the tire needs to cope here in for Ricard, and same for Mugello, Aragon, Portimao, which is much more aggressive. So in terms of tire management, in terms of where it's here, maybe a bit easier compared to Aragon and so on, which is much more aggressive. So some teams are quite clever, or all the teams need to be clever on that, because where will be higher, there's always one tire which is the highest, which has the highest load. So teams need to be clever already in qualifying. If they are scrubbing tires, because on some circuits they use tires better than a new tire, especially for considering the race length. Yeah, that makes it interesting. So at the end, yes, we have different, let's say, different compounds in all the different sizes, but to the circuit we are only bringing here one spec per car, per category.
And at this circuit, you know, talking about which tire takes the most load, is it the front left here because of those long, fast right-handers?
Yeah, at the end, yes. It also depends a bit on the car concept. So the Porsche, for example, it's the weight is much more on the rear. So the rear tire is more loaded or more forced. So you need to watch out on that in terms of structurals or integrity and so on. But for the prototypes, for example, it's the front left because of the downforce they have. You need to have a look on the front left here for the prototypes. And yeah, for the GT cars, it's normally the axle with the weight and also either it's a front wheel drive or rear wheel drive.
So yeah, because presumably the front wheel drive is scrubbing the front tires more in general.
Exactly, yeah. So if you would have a TCR car, for example, the front left should be the key tire here to watch and to focus on in terms of setup. But if you see the rear wheel drive, like the Lamborghini or the GT3s, there's always the rear left to watch out.
This track in particular, with the GTs, a lot of curb usage. We see, particularly here at 3, 4, 5, they're almost completely inside the white line trying to cut the corners. So is curb usage and not being too susceptible to punctures because of curbs a priority for you guys?
Yes, we're always doing a track walk before the weekend, because normally some tracks are changing because they use different layouts. Sometimes we also see damaged curbs, which we are then reporting to race control already before the weekend. But yeah, in the race, obviously, especially endurance racing, you need to sometimes you need to avoid curbs, because some curbs are really not dangerous, are really demanding for tires, and you're not gaining a lot if you're going over the curb and then you go off track, then you're coming back, because it's also dirty. You have a lot of pickup next to the racing line, and sometimes for some cars it's really they're sensitive and, let's say, pickup collection. So you need to get rid of the pickup again. So you have a bit of understeering here, oversteering there. So you always need to be on the racing line for sure when you're going to overtake another car. That's sometimes a bit difficult. But here on this circuit, normally the curbs are quite smooth, quite easy, because it's a well-maintained circuit. But then you have also other circuits where you have banana curbs and so on. And if you're hitting these curbs, it's a really hard and high impact on tires, so which can sometimes cause also an issue in puncturing.
At this circuit, we've got in the runoff area the sort of tire shredding surface, but around Le Bousset, everybody seems to try and use that to open up the second parts of the corner. So I assume that part of the runoff area is not too much of a problem.
Yeah, it's not too much of a problem. It looks like sometimes if you go off some corners, you have more grip, if you ask the drivers. And then after the race, if you ask them, did you use curbs because you had an issue here or there? No, I never used any curbs, and that's a typical. There's already some parts on track, which is...
That's just come off the back of the Vortex, isn't it? Is that the number 21? Yes, it is. So, wow, this car's already had a few incidents. In fact, we're going to go full course yellow in just under 30 seconds time. Pit entry will close. Now, presumably, that's just to pick up some of the debris that has been strewn across the racetrack. So there were a couple of pieces down the Mistral and in other areas. And I get you as a tyre person, you don't want to see those big chunks of debris out there because that'll slice right through your well-prepped piece of rubber.
Exactly, yeah. So mostly it's carbon parts which are flying off the cars due to contact or something, or you go off track and then you hit the curb with something from your floor and with a splitter, and then again it's always carbon parts. They are really sharp, and it's easily they can easily cut a tire, and then you get a slow puncture, losing air, and then which can always happen in endurance racing.
So we are now under full course yellow, cars limited to 80 kilometers an hour. The pit window closing right before we get into the final hour here. So at this point, presumably tyre temperatures will start dropping, pressures will start dropping. So what do they need to look out for when we go green again? Because there's no warm-up, it's straight back to going flat out.
Exactly, so that's sometimes an issue, because if you have a really long full course yellow or cold conditions outside, tires are cooling down very quickly, especially on the straight. If you're running high camber, you're just running basically on the inside of the tire. And yeah, tires are cooling down and the drivers are pushing immediately when it's green, which is not helping for sure. But there it also depends on strategy from the drivers, because it's always the best basically to warm up the tires in longitudinal, not weaving, not waving anything, because it's basically it's destroying the surface from the tire.
Marshall's recovering some of the debris that is around the track. Another opportunity to thank the Marshals for the work they do for us here in the Ultimate Cup. And so it's Roman Iannetta who's aboard the #1 Vision car, but remember that still owes us a pit stop. And oh, this poor bollard. That bollard's been there since about lap 1, really, and I think in every single race takes a bit of a hammering. I wonder if they are going to bother with putting it back.
I think she's waiting to put it back on.
Yeah, waiting for the gap in the traffic there. I believe that Marshall at the top of the screen as well is going to do the same at turn 3. No, they've abandoned chip on turn 5. Nah, they can do without it. They have done for an hour and 50.
Yeah, which is now a bigger job for the race control to watch track limits there. With the floppy is not there anymore.
That's a good point, actually, because when we saw the Marc Lopez spin, he hit one of the white flappies that are on the exit curbing. So rather than having a yellow one on the apex, there are some small white ones on the exit curbing there as well, which is not a solution you see at a lot of corners around the world.
Yeah, at the end, still the best not going off track is gravel.
Yeah.
So, but here, unfortunately, there's no gravel, so that means drivers are going off track very often. So you see the list of warnings for track limits and so on. It's unbelievable.
Do you want to see my list? Do you want to see my list of penalties? The best one, Enzo Giuli, 7 infringements, 2 drive-through penalties as a result. Which I think might set some sort of record. But we are back under green flag conditions, so drivers trying to get those tyre temperatures and the pressures back up again. How much, when it comes to getting those tyres up to temperature, how much is the track surface temperature affecting it? Because if we're talking the operating temperature is, what, 100 degrees?
Yeah, I would say between 90 and 100 degrees.
Okay.
Maybe on the circuit sometimes a bit more.
Okay.
When teams are coming in, it's between 90, 110 degrees. Again, on the circuit, it's sometimes a bit more, depends on the circuit as well. But yeah, tire temperature is important, especially after the warm-up now. And yeah, track conditions, like the track temperature, plays a key role in that. If you have to race in the morning at 9 a.m., for example, you have 15-degree track time, now we have 30. So tire warm-up will be much quicker.
And of course, at this point in the race as well, we start seeing marbles forming off the racing line, which drivers are going to have to go through at some point, because this is an endurance race. They're going through traffic constantly. So what are the things you have to bear in mind with that, knowing that rubber's going to be coming off of your tyre and that they're going to have to drive through that?
Yeah, for the bigger cars, it's not an issue because they can get rid of it in the next corners. But if you see the smaller cars, like the Alpine, for example, if they need to go offline, they are much lighter, and if they collect pickup, it's a bit more work for them to get rid of that and to have basically a clean tire again.
Well, we'll soon be entering the final hour, and Sébastien, it's always great to hear about what Goodyear has been up to, the expanding partnership with the Ultimate Cup Series, and learn a little bit about what's happening out on the racetrack. Thanks to you guys.
My pleasure, and yeah, enjoy the last hour of the race.
Absolutely, and all the best for Barcelona. I'm sure it's going to be a heck of a season out there.
Yeah, it will be quite busy with all the LMP2 and GT3 LM cars in Goodyear, especially first race. There's always new teams, new drivers, so they need to get used to it. And yeah, but we're looking forward to that.
We're looking forward to watching it as well. So yeah, thanks for coming in, and we'll let you get back to the day job.
Yeah, thank you. Bye bye.
All right. So into pit lane comes Romain Iannetta, the penultimate pit stop for the #1 Vision Ferrari. Currently has more than a lap's advantage over the second-placed CMR Lamborghini of Rodrigue Guillon, but that only has one more stop to do. So again, we're seeing this tit for tat in terms of the pit stop strategies. Is that hood up on the Alpine currently in pit lane, the 93? That was the car that was in the garage earlier on, so hopefully that's not yet more drama for the car being driven by Benoit Poulion. Claire cutting it back with me.
Hello. I was enjoying that chat with about tyres. Always interesting.
I love having Goodyear.
Yeah, it's really good. They're good talkers as well.
They really are. Having Remy in last night as well, he was absolutely fantastic. Should consider a career change.
Don't my job.
If you want. Yeah, you can.
I know loads about tyres.
You can go and work on the tyres, yeah.
Do a switch.
To be fair, even Remy said to me, no one knows how tyres work.
No.
So it's fine.
Apart from James Winslow.
Well, yes, quite.
He is tyre king.
Absolutely. The only one who knows the dark magic of how a tyre interacts with various asphalt. But when I was on the grid earlier for the Formula Cup, I was surprised by, I was able to see all the individual stones in the asphalt.
Yeah.
Which is just not something I get to think about.
It's always funny with commentators, yeah, because I see everything on the grid all the time, and then whenever I hear a commentator actually going down to the grid, it's like, you get to see so many different things. It's like, yeah, you do.
Just hearing in my ear that I believe it was the car number 7, so the 2B Autosport car that was very well placed in the Porsche Cup category, has had some sort of problem in the last pit stop with the wheel not being able to come on, and this also looks like a very slow-moving Rodrigue Guillon as well from second position. So suddenly these key contenders, because the Olivier Favre car was definitely in contention for the overall win, as was this car, Rodrigue Guillon, but last lap was a 2:12 for that car, and it seems to be limping home, sadly. As we enter the final hour, the contenders are starting to fall by the wayside here, and it's still going ever so slightly under its own steam, but this is big dramas for, at the very least, a podium contender. and at best a victory contender as well from CMR. And remember, this car has kind of been put through the paces with 4 Ultimate GT Sprint Cup races as well with Alexis Berthet, but going into the final hour, drama for CMR. So as it stands, it is Romain Ionetta who's just emerged back out onto the racetrack, but will have to come in to do the final or penultimate pit stop, I should say, the second part of that pit stop.
Fueling.
And yeah, well, Rodrigue Guillon,
out of fuel.
maybe he's got the low fuel warning there with a lap to go on his stint. So he's made it to the refueling area.
Misjudgment maybe from the team.
Yeah, that could be a pretty disastrous mistake from them. So Michael Desmail has just emerged in the lead in the Porsche Cup category. Loic Thiers in there as well, but they both have pit stops under investigation. So we're going to try and work out where everyone lies after this latest sequence of developments in the opening round of the Kennol GT Endurance Cup while we go for a quick break. So the final hour of the 4 hours of Le Castellet Kennol GT Endurance Cup. Romain Ionetta has just emerged back out onto the racetrack. One more pit stop to serve. Rodrigue Guillon still in pit lane after going slowly around that last lap before he came into the pits, which we believe was just a lack of fuel. But I'm sure Alexandre will be getting all the details down in the pit lane. So Loic Thiers has just taken second place overall in the Porsche Cup class, leading number 89 GP Racing Team car. But they have one pit stop to go, but one under investigation. Same for Michael Desmail, second in class in the number 29. Laurent Gaudy in 98 GP Racing Team. The co-driver of Sébastien Loeb in rallying, has 2 stops left to go. So does that now mean that the number 18 driving car of Jael Harpal, with only 1 stop to go, is the best place after dramas for 2B Autosports car that looked to be the best placed car in that category for so long? After their latest pit stop mishap, with struggling to get a wheel on by the sounds of it. Into the pits comes the 98, so Laurent Gaudy, who just got up to 4th position overall, is currently 3rd in the Porsche Cup category. And co-driving for Sébastien Loeb, they've won the Rallye du Var and the Azores Rally, and has also raced for Sébastien's GT14 in the French Championship. So Philippe Burel here in car number 21 has just done that car's best first sector of the race, and so 21 picking up a little bit of speed, has been racing with Vortex since 2018 in the Creventic 24-hour series. This is the second element of the pit stop for Romain Iannetta. I wonder if he's stayed on board, because they should have done all the minimum drive time for everyone, 45 minutes per for that outfit.
First team to have done all their pit stops. Car number 10 in 10th place.
Yes, that's just emerged back onto the racetrack. Mirage Racing's Lionel Rigaud.
Trying to work out on the side of this Vision car, there's some sort of black mark on the left side of it, and it's not dirt because there's no reason to be dirt. That's the right side, so it's the other side. And I don't know what it is, whether it's just sort of like dirt from the track or if it's a scuff.
Is it sort of just
I'll show you.
General racing
dirt?
dirt?
There. Do you see it? I don't know.
Yeah, I know what you mean. That does look like a scuff, doesn't it?
More than
against like a bollard or something, maybe.
Might just be a bit of scuff. I'd like to see the other side to see if maybe that's how the wheels are just kicking up dirt. But
maybe they don't clean it very well.
Not massively on that side, but yeah, maybe it's just dirt. They don't clean it very well. You go tell them that.
Yeah, maybe they don't.
Would you clean it mid-race?
No, I mean in between races.
Ah.
I like dirty race cars. Like when they take a car that's won Le Mans and they don't clean it, they leave it, and they're like, we're putting it in the museum in the exact state it came back to us in.
They did that. I want to say they'd done that with either the McLaren or the Mercedes of Lewis Hamilton winning, and it had all the dirt in it. I think it's the Mercedes that I've seen. I can't remember. This is a very vague story, but similar to that. And I remember seeing all the dirt on it, and I think it was the Mercedes because they have it in their reception area, I believe.
Oh no, that's clean.
No, there's another one I've seen.
The one in their reception, the one that they put out for the public.
No, anyway. Yes, to finish your story, yes, I also love that. I think it's really cool.
They definitely did that with the recent Ferrari Le Mans winner, the 499P. I think, I can't remember if it was from the 2023 or 2024 victory, but it's just.
This is very clean.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah, in comparison. Where's that car come out now after its potential fuel woes? Fifth place at the moment. Be interesting to see what happened there, because it's now up to normal speeds again, so I suspect they did some miscalculation on the timing, on the amount of fuel that they put in.
Possibly, and also Vision have been able to tick off those final remaining pit stops for them as well, so they're going to the end now So suddenly, earlier in the race, we were sat there saying, all these other guys have done more pit stops than them, and they came out ahead after the first stint as well. And they've, that was like an hour ago, and now they've turned it back around. They're the first team to do all their, the second team to do all their stops, but they're still there in second place.
That's actually quite impressive.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Like, we know the Ferrari is obviously a fast car, don't get me wrong. The Visham team are incredibly rapid in that car, but to do that as well just shows the sort of calibre of team they are.
Quite. And now at the hands of Romain Iannetta, I suspect that car's only going to get faster towards the end of the race as well. If you didn't know about Romain Iannetta, has also done motorcycle racing. Did that for a few years. And is also a flight instructor. So
what does he fly?
Didn't say. He works at Propulsion, but what he has done is won a World Stunt Award for helping with a plane sequence in the Bourne Identity.
No way.
Yeah. So Google Bourne Identity plane
doing it
scene, and you'll be able to see his award-winning stunt sequence.
I'm on it.
Of course, his uncle Alain Iannetta was a Le Mans racer as well. Romain has 5 Le Mans 24 hours starts to his name.
But I'm sure it's there. I don't think I've really watched Bourne Identity that much.
No, it's not been on my list, but bearing in mind what a huge Mission Impossible fan I am.
Don't like Mission Impossible either.
Oh, well, that's just poor taste.
Indiana Jones I like.
Oh, who doesn't?
True. I think I would question someone that doesn't like Indiana Jones.
Absolutely.
That's,
wouldn't be able to trust their judgment.
No, but Mission Impossible I find a bit too flashy. A bit like James Bond though. I don't like James Bond films either. No accounting for taste, hey?
Quite. So Loetier leads as it stands in the 89 GP Racing Team Porsche. 1 pit stop still to go, 1 under investigation. Question in the YouTube chat is how many vortexes are racing today? There are 3 that have started, 20, 21 and 22. The best place of them at the moment is the 21 in 7th place. The 20 had some dramas earlier on. We saw it stopped at the side of the road. And I think there was stuff coming out the back of it as well. That was it. Enzo Ricciardo had some sort of drama on the opening lap as well. So, not been a great race for them. And then 22 has, suddenly, there's 7 laps off of the next place car, 37 laps off the lead. So I don't know if that went in the garage at some point and we missed that. For the 22, it's really, really come unraveled. And they were a quick car. So... not sure what has happened there. Well, it sounds like Alexandre Urbin has found another friend in pit lane.
De Sébastien Loeb qui nous informe depuis l'hôpital qu'il a passé ses examens. Il attend le résultat de ses scanners. Il est forcément un petit peu choqué. Il a mal à l'épaule, mais dans l'ensemble, tout va bien. C'est très rassurant. Et Sébastien, je sais que tu nous écoutes, donc on pense fort à toi et on te souhaite un prompt rétablissement.
So, an update there on Sébastien Loeb, the 888 that suffered quite a horrendous crash at the beginning of the race on lap 2. And he said, speaking to Alexandre, that on the whole, everything is fine. He's very shaken, because of the impact and how violent it was. And he's saying that his shoulder hurts, but he's just waiting for a scan to come back. So good news from the Triple Eight camp for Sébastien Loeb after that quite scary crash on lap 2. He's on the mend and he's just waiting for a scan on his shoulder. So for all of you in the YouTube chat asking about the crash and who it was Sébastien Loeb in the Triple Eight, and he is doing pretty good at the moment, just a bit sore and shaken up.
I mean, to come away from that with just a hurt shoulder, wow, that is really, really quite remarkable. And again, just an absolute testament to the safety of the cars, the circuit, all the work that goes on behind the scenes to make motor racing as safe as humanly possible. Fastest lap of the race just been done by Romain Iannetta in the race leading #1 Vision Ferrari at 2:03.959, has just retaken the lead of the race with the 89 GP Racing Porsche in pit lane, now being driven by Anthony Beltois, the silver class driver in that car. So Loetier handing over to the French pro. I've been given a huge surprise in the commentary box. Pierre-Louis Chauvet has joined us. So I met you in the GT Open paddock in 2023. Tell us, what are you doing here?
Oh, basically I was just enjoying the race, so I came here today. I just come back from a go-kart race, actually.
What, round at the...
yeah, actually in the center of France. So I made the road just to see the end of the race and to, let's say, to meet some friends of mine and family. So yeah, everything is good.
Okay, perfect. Right, we've got Alexander Bean ready with some more news from the pit lane. So we'll hear more from PLC shortly, but for now we'll head back down into pit lane.
Sébastien, vous avez vu à la finale avec une Vortex, on vous retrouve à cette première manche de la saison 2025 avec le GP Racing Team et une Porsche 992. Comment se passe cette course pour l'instant?
Pour l'instant, on dira que ça va. Globalement, la course, ça roule pas mal. On a eu un petit souci sur un refueling où on s'est retrouvé avec les deux voitures suite à un problème de radio. En même temps, on refuel, donc on perd 2 tours là-bas, donc ça va coûter cher. Mais sinon, bon, on est là avant tout pour se faire plaisir. La voiture marche bien, elle est sympa. On a eu une bonne bagarre en début de course, donc voilà, j'attends le dernier relais, mais pour l'instant, ça roule, donc c'est l'essentiel.
Dans ce début de course, on vous a vu vous battre contre des pilotes habitués à la Porsche Carrera Cup, notamment Enzo Julier. Ce petit format sprint, ça devait être chaud dans la voiture. Ouais, c'était une belle bagarre. Je voyais bien que lui, il était assez offensif et tout. Moi, j'étais plus dans le mode de me dire qu'on a 4 heures à tenir et que ça serait con de faire un tête à queue maintenant. Donc voilà, mais c'est vrai que ça a été une bagarre sympa avec Montero aussi au passage. Donc ouais, on s'est bien amusé en tout cas. Et cette équipe, le GP Racing Team, vous roulez en plus avec le patron pilote, Gabriel Péméan. L'ambiance se passe bien avec Lorraine aussi, évidemment. Ouais, pour l'instant, Lorraine roule, donc tout se passe bien. Gabriel est cool, on passe un bon moment. Donc ouais, non, c'est un team sympa, on se fait plaisir. Gabriel a été très sympa de nous inviter déjà à venir rouler avec lui. Donc voilà, on essaie de faire aussi bien que possible. Merci Sébastien.
Thanks, Alexandre, for that chat from the pit lane. We're going to go back to talking to PLC. It's been like a year since I've seen you. So what have you been up to? What have you been racing? And what are you going to be doing this year?
So I've been developing cars for Lambo last season. This year as well, I'm still under contract for them. So yeah, we are doing a lot of development on the race cars as well as on the road cars, let's say. Mm-hmm. And I'm still continuing the physical prep, and I continue to race in go-kart as well to keep the shape and the momentum of the race. to keep ready for the next step. And yeah, I'm excited for next season. I'm trying to look for a new seat, and I hope it will go well.
Can you give us a sneak peek at what the new Temerario GT3 is going to be like? Have you driven it?
Yeah.
What's it like?
It's gonna be, let's say, easier to handle, especially laterally.
That was the big complaint of the Huracan, really.
Actually, it was fast in quali, but in the race, if you remember, we had quite a lot of tire deg, and I think we improved a lot on this point. So yeah, I think the car will be overall, let's say, will perform better overall. So
okay,
it's
good.
better.
And of course, switching from the V10 to the twin turbo V8, does it feel different? Does it deliver the power a bit differently?
Yeah, absolutely. Basically, you need to connect with the pedals faster. So you need to get back on throttle easier so that you can charge the turbo, you know. And this is, let's say, a different technique, a different approach compared to the V10. And yeah, you need to handle it. But yeah, to be honest, we will adapt to this new, let's say, driving style quite quickly.
Okay, because we hear, you know, the factory drivers get so used to a certain type of car, and they're very good in that type of car, but then suddenly they get something completely new thrown at them.
Yeah, basically the Huracan was a really stop-and-go car. You know, we had to brake super late, V-shape, stop the car, and then try to exit as fast as possible. Now we can bring a bit more minimum speed, so I think it will be a different style of driving it, but easier for us, I think.
Hopefully we get a shot of the Super Trofeo that's in this race at the moment, because I know that car, I always say it's like learning about weight transfer, because it dives down and then it goes through the corner and
Absolutely.
the weight transfers through. I can't remember. Did you race in Super Trofeo at any point?
Yep, we did 3 races. Before actually becoming factory driver,
there you go.
I did 3 races for...
That was enough. That was all you needed to impress them.
Yeah, absolutely. It went quite well. Basically, the Trofeo has a lot of, let's say, roll, you know. So it's also a stop-and-go car. You need to brake hard, try to stop the car so that you don't, let's say, slide on the tire, because then you get some graining. So of course we want to avoid this, and we need to reduce a bit the minimum speed, but that's a technique, driving technique, and when you get used to it, then it's quite easy.
Yeah. How does it feel compared to the GT3 car, for example?
It's heavier. You feel it's
Feel the
heavy,
weight.
but it's more powerful. So basically, especially for the gentlemen, I think they enjoy it more, because of course you have more power. The braking is super nice because you have, let's say, the car goes quite deep with the suspensions. The only thing is that you have to stop a bit more the car. You cannot bring as much minimum speed as with the GT3. Of course you have a bit more weight and a bit less downforce. But yeah, it's a really enjoyable car for many drivers.
Oh, I'm sure. I mean, that's why it's been so popular over the last few years. And the new Temerario Super Trofeo car, that's not coming till 2027, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the GT3 will come in 2026, and the Trofeo 2027. And it looks like the spec will be similar as the GT3 Evolution. Basically, it will be a bit easier to handle on the brake release and yeah, on the throttle application.
Okay. Have you been keeping an eye on things in GT Open since you left the series there? Obviously racing with Oregon, fighting for the title with Max Paul.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we all remember that one. It was a great title fight. Yeah, have you been keeping an eye on things?
Yeah, absolutely. I've been keeping an eye, especially on Leo Pulcini, who was on the 63, and Rolf Heineken. I mean, yeah, of course, Oregon in general. And yeah, it's been a tricky season for them. But yeah, of course, I'm still interested in the series, and maybe in the future I will do a comeback.
I would love to have you back.
Yeah.
You're always welcome.
Thank you.
Especially because we had Max Paul come back for a wild card, filling in for Jordan Pepper last year, because he was racing at the 6 Hours of the Glen.
Basically, I was on the list as well.
Oh, you were the one who missed the call.
Yeah, I didn't miss the call. Actually, I had another race, but yeah,
There you
yeah.
go.
Yeah, it could have been possible. So maybe this year I'm still in contact with Jerry, of course, and Giorgio. So yeah, maybe 1 or 2 rounds this year is a possibility.
That would be really, really good. And you said you're working towards your main program for this year, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm especially working on 2026. This year is more like a reorganization year, so I'm keeping the preparation. Of course, I'm developing the cars, the Formula cars, to to keep the feelings alive.
Which cars have you been working on?
So Formula 4, GP3, of course some cars within Lambo like the Temerario. Of course we also do some events for them. So with the Urus, the new model, the Urus SE.
That's the 4x4 one, right?
Yeah, the hybrid, the new one. So basically I've been switching from cars to cars, and yeah, it's quite enjoyable. Of course I would like to race and to win. That's the main target, but it will come back soon.
Oh, excellent. How do you find jumping from single-seaters to other cars? We were having a chat with one of our prototype drivers yesterday. We were talking about adaptability as, oh dear, that doesn't look like great news for Gianni Scarbarassi in the 94, getting pushed back into the garage there. Yeah, we talk about adaptability, and I think it's impressive when people can jump from a GT and a prototype. You're doing it between race cars and road cars.
Yeah.
That's mind-boggling to me.
Yeah, actually I'm doing it in between Formula GT cars and road cars as well. Of course it's much different. Yeah, the Formula cars are much stiffer. Of course you don't have ABS, you don't have traction control, so it's like pure driving, and it's really enjoyable. Yeah, you need to come back to the, let's say, how can I say, the habits. But for me it came back quite quickly, and of course the GT cars you can help yourself with the ABS and you can push a little bit more to the limits. Actually with a single seater you always keep a margin for the lockups and stuff like that. So it's a different driving style, but through the years I've been able to switch from a car to another quite quickly. Also to the go-kart, for example.
So if anybody wants to hire your services for the development of their next car, should give you a call.
Thank you.
What have you made of Ultimate Cup, of what you've seen? Have you been able to sample any of it so far?
Yeah, actually I know the series since a few years, and yeah, it's been the first time for me on site. So it's a pleasure to discover it on site. Yeah, absolutely. I've been following, through internet and and live timings and stuff like that. But it's the first time for me on site, and it feels really exciting.
Yeah, I suppose the variety of cars in different series, because single seaters, prototypes, and GTs as well, be quite appealing, I think, to a lot of people.
Yeah, absolutely. And the series is quite appealing because they have also a kind of selection for the drivers. So each year there is a kind of reward for the fastest driver for the next season. So I think it's quite interesting for many young drivers, and yeah, that's why it has quite a lot of success.
Yeah, absolutely. You look like you've been working hard because you've just come out of this go-kart race. What was that about? Was that just a bit of fun, was it?
Yeah, it was more for fun and to keep the, let's say, the shape.
But you have your own kit though, right?
Yeah. Actually, this is a Formula kit, but yeah.
You turn up at the go-kart track with your own kit, and suddenly everyone goes, "Oh no, this guy's going to be good." There is a special word for those kind of people, but I'm not allowed to say it on air.
Absolutely. No, it's been a fun weekend. Actually, I didn't win because the competition was tough.
Who did win?
It was a guy from Lyon, I think.
Okay.
So a specialist, let's say, of the category.
Oh, a 1,000-lap Larry.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, it's been a nice fight, and yeah, of course, I've been enjoying it. For me, it's great because you still battle, and racing is racing. It's not like training. Of course, there is more stress. There is more, let's say, ambitions around, and yeah, everyone wants to win. So yeah, it makes the competition funnier.
I'm fascinated by the latest batch of drivers coming up from karting and making their car racing debuts. 'Cause we had a couple of guys in our single-seater series who had never raced cars before, like come straight from karting, and they're just on it straight away. And you've done a little bit of coaching, haven't you, in Freca?
Absolutely,
right?
yeah.
So yeah, what is with this new lot? They just seem to be good out the box.
Yes, they have a lot of mileage, and of course they are really accurate on the let's say driving techniques. So basically you just need to give them some few inputs about the car that they don't know, of course, because they don't get the experience. So they need, of course, a few types, especially on braking. This is the biggest difference in between go-kart and car racing. The brake pressures, for example, in Freca, Formula 4, Formula 3. So yeah, you need to advise them on these points, but apart from that, they already have the habits to be quick. So
you must know quite a bit about the T318 chassis, then, which is what we use for our single-seater series as well. Different tyres. We run on Housier's here. But how would you summarise being quick in that car?
Well,
summarise might be ambitious, but what would your first steps to if someone not driving it?
The first step is to be good on braking. Like the real first step is to be good on let's say pure straight line braking, and to try to reach the maximum of the tire potential and brake potential at the same time. This is the most difficult, and then you add the combined braking, like for T12, you know, Le Bosset. This is a really technical one because you cannot pick the brake. If not, you do too much weight transfer to the front, and then the rear becomes loose. So yeah, basically you need a long brake with no pressure or less pressure at the initial peak to keep the car stable, you know. So that's the main difficulty when you arrive in this car, is to learn how to brake well. You know, is the most difficult.
And I guess learning to trust downforce as well.
Absolutely.
I think that there's one thing that I would not do in a single-seater. It's trust that a car can go around a corner at 120 miles an hour.
Yeah, basically it's kind of anti-natural, you know, because like in Spa, for example, the double left of Pouhon, if you are like at 210, the car might be more stable, than at 200, you know, 200 kph. So yeah, actually it's quite anti-natural. You need to kind of feel you are over the limit to find it. You know, like it's not like close your eyes, but almost. You just go over your feelings about the car, and then you discover the actual limit.
Well, I hope every Hoosier Formula Cup driver was tuning into that bit of advice from PLC, because after that he's going to start charging you for it. So less than 30 minutes to go then in the first race of the season for the Kennol GT Endurance Cup, car number 19, which is the Chazelle Technology Alpine of Olivier Martinez, under investigation for speeding in pit lane. That's normally a bit of a slam dunk. Presumably most speeding in the pit lane penalties, no, I'm not saying that you have experience in picking all of them up, but presumably they all come on the entry, and you outbrake yourself trying to get it slowed down rather than releasing the limiter too quickly.
Yeah, most of the time it's when you arrive in the pits, as you are saying. Basically we try to optimize the entry speed, and of course we brake as late as possible, and sometimes when we cross the line we are right over the, let's say, the speed limit, and this is when we get the penalty. But yeah, most of the time is at this point.
You've learned how to manage traffic in your GT days as well. Obviously, endurance racing, that is probably one of the most important techniques to have to learn. And we saw in the early stages of this race, cars were flying off the road through the left-handed kink, going onto the Mistral, trying to round up slower cars. Here, there's a bit more of a performance difference between, say, this GT3 car and an Alpine A110 Cup car. Or maybe it is comparable to, say, like a hypercar versus a LM GT3 car these days. So, yeah, that kind of technique. What do you thinking about when you're trying to get through the traffic? What is your certain goal? How do you go about doing it?
Yeah, the most important thing is to anticipate as much as possible, so you look as far as possible, and sometimes, you know, to kind of keep the tires alive. You don't try to brake as late as possible like you usually do, but you will brake maybe 5 to 7 meters earlier, let the car roll a little bit more, and help yourself with the exit speed, let's say to get in the traffic in between two corners, for example, to make the move. If not, you just try to save the tires as much as possible if you are being blocked. And if not, of course, you try to anticipate to find the right gap at the right time. I think you remember Benoît Tréluy in 2011 in the Le Mans, when he won and he made an overtake like on a concrete part in between two parts of grass. So it was quite impressive. And this you always need to anticipate and calculate as much as possible.
Presumably you don't just go for the first available opportunity. Particularly in the endurance race, once you start getting into it, there's marbles off the racing line. You have to consider that as well. You might have a run on a guy, but you might ruin your tires doing it.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, sometimes you just have to be patient, because you might lose more by going to the marbles than just staying in the line and waiting for, I don't know, 10 to 12 seconds more. So yeah, actually in endurance racing you learn patience most of all, and yeah, you need to try to overtake in the best possible spots. That's the secret, let's say.
So it's all about saying I'd rather lose 5 seconds here now than potentially 60 seconds with a silly spin or crash.
Yeah, absolutely. If there is a crash or something when you try to overtake, it might be costing much more than waiting 10 more seconds. And the marbles is the same, because basically you pick up some old rubber, which is cold most of the time, and then to clean the tires, it takes at least half a lap. So you might lose much more.
Right, we had a guy from Goodyear yesterday saying that even after 5 laps, it could still still could have an implication in terms of your overall grip, and it might not never actually get back to the proper peak.
Yeah, when you get the graining, what they call the graining, basically you cannot come back to what it was before, or it needs to you need a lot of time, and you need to be super cautious with the tires, no sliding in lateral and stuff like that. So yeah, the best is not to get the graining, and yeah, for these reasons, that's why I told you, for example, don't push the brakes when it's not necessary, and better to let the car roll a little bit, and yeah, find the right spot to overtake, because this might be costing a lot, especially on the stints of 30 to 40 minutes. Yeah, apparently there is
yes, there is an Alpine moving very slowly out of pit lane. Yellow flags at turn 1. Not the first car we've seen stopped on the exit of pit lane in this race. And I'm just trying to make up which of the Alpines that actually is. I think it's the 94. We've got both of the white ones coming through, which is a bit annoying. So it's car 19 stopped. That's confirmation on the timing screen. That's a car 19 that was just being investigated for a drive-through penalty. I don't think it actually received one, but yeah, see, drivers having to go around and onto that little blue painted bit as well, which technically that's crossing the white line on their entry, isn't it? But I think they'll get away with that, because there's not much they could do about that, really. Yeah,
when the car is stopped, I think you're allowed to cross it. I mean, there is no other option. So
exactly. Yeah. Well, you're not just going to do a who was driving the Ferrari at Spa when it was blocked at the end of the 24 hours. I forget as well, but we all remember the moment where there was a car blocking the pit lane entrance, and the lead Ferrari ended up losing about a minute there with that one. So what's the ambition list? You're having a reorganisation year. What's the target? GTs, things like Spa 24. You want to go and tackle Le Mans. What's the target?
Yeah, I might do Spa 24 hours this year already.
Okay.
So that will be interesting. Still not confirmed. And next season, normally a full program in GT3, and then testing in hypercar. the target is to jump in the hypercar in 2027.
Okay, big plans.
Yeah, that's the plan, and yeah, I'm super excited about it. So.
Oh, I'm very excited to see you in a hypercar. I don't suppose you can give any sort of hint as to who it might be with, if you're allowed.
Yeah, actually,
I don't want to get
at
you
the
in
moment
trouble.
it's confidential, but yeah, only 2 manufacturers are arriving in 2027, so
we'll toss
shouldn't
a coin.
be complicated.
We'll toss a coin, and you go with that one, whoever it lands on.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, exactly. We'll do like this.
Okay, great. Well, no, that's yeah, really exciting to hear about. And presumably, these when new manufacturers are coming in, they must have to really widen the pool of talent that they're going to look into.
Yeah. Actually, with Lambo, I started already to make the development of the hypercar. So we drove in Aragon and stuff like that. It's been, let's say, one of the best experience of my life because we've been testing tires and stuff like this. So yeah, I'm super excited to come back. At this point, might be with another manufacturer, but to come back in this car would be a dream. Yeah.
Sadly, it looks like the recovery of the number 19 looks like it's taking a little bit of time because the marshals were doing their best to push the car back into pit lane, but it wasn't budging. Yeah, so the SC63. Oh, yellow flags at the final corner as well now. Keep an eye out for that. But yeah, presumably with the S63, when it was working, it was good to drive.
Yeah. When it was working, it was absolutely.
I don't want to dig too much, but it's
we
an
have
obvious joke.
We have had some reliability issues, but let's say on the suspensions we still had a bit of work to do. But regarding the engine was pretty nice.
Excellent, and that's it's a slightly different V8 power plant, isn't it, to the one that's going to be in the Temerario?
It's different.
Yeah,
it's different.
Okay.
It should be different. They are still developing the car, actually, the hypercar. They are racing in IMSA this year, but I don't know what will be the plans in the future. So I'm keeping an eye on it, of course, if there is any opportunity. But yeah, at the moment we'll see what are the plans of Lambo because this is still not clear at all. So.
Well, it's really, really exciting to hear what your plans are for the future. Glad you are getting behind the wheel of more race cars, and I certainly hope we'll see you in a few more racing paddocks in the not too distant future.
Thank you very much.
All right, well, I'll let you get on. We're coming up to the last 20 minutes, so I will let you get your day back. You've dragged your missus in here as well. Do you mind if we just pop over to Paul Ricard and for me to say hello to this commentator?
Yeah, absolutely.
I love that you've done that.
It's been great,
apologies for the ruin the rest of your day as well. So, yeah, well, PLC, thanks so much for coming in and saying hi.
Thanks for the invitation and hope to see you soon.
Absolutely.
Bye-bye.
So the final 17 minutes then of this first race, and that means that we're about to find out about 3 potential pits. Oh, in fact, we've got them now. In fact, I'm just talking about them. So car 37 with a 30-second stop-and-go penalty for a pit stop infringement. Now, that's not one of the ones that was initially being investigated. But that is the second place car of Stéphane Loeb. That is quite a big penalty that it's got, but luckily the 3 cars behind him have also got a pit stop under investigation, and presumably in about a minute and a half's time we'll get news of their penalties, if any. And so while the Porsche Cup order at the moment is Anthony Beltois for GP Racing, Ulrich Amado for Netsuv, and Thiago Monteiro for driving, it could be, depending on the severity of the penalties, Sébastien Loeb's GP Racing car that emerges on top. But we will wait and see with still some time to go. 1 more minute until the pit lane closes for action, and we can get the penalties confirmed. But this second place car is going to be coming through pit lane and stationary for 30 seconds. Ouch. And of course, this is all even more good news for Vijon and Romain Iannetta. They absolutely nailed the second half of this race to keep that car in a strong position. So it's been one of those masterclass races from Vijon, and Romain Iannetta lapping so well at the moment. GP Racing here, currently leading, but it could be another of their cars that inherits the lead when all the penalties come through. Stéphane Lemeray just lost second place. I think did he just come in to do his penalty? Last lap was 3 minutes 42. So that was either an outlap or it's just just come in for the penalty. Claire Cottingham, final 15 minutes to go. It's all looking good for Vijon, but it's anybody's game in Porsche Cup.
I know, the Porsches have really been treating us, haven't they, over the last couple of hours. Obviously missed out on the first hour after a crash at turn 1 on the second lap. It was turn 1, wasn't it?
Which one? Sorry, the red flag crash.
Yeah.
It's turn 3.
Turn 3, close enough. And since then, since the restart, we've had some good racing.
Yeah, that particularly action-packed first 45 minutes or so, as you'd expect, with the Porsches really squabbling away with the Vortexes right in there as well. But this race has really, really gone away from the Gomez brothers.
Yeah.
Not a clean race for any of the cars, really, because the 20 has been rather plagued with issues. And then was it the 21 stopped at the side of the road at one point as well?
No, that was the 20.
Yeah, I seem to remember some other issue befalling this car.
The 21 was leading early on, not leading, but second place, wasn't it? Wasn't it?
That was the Gomez car, the 22.
Something did happen to 21.
Oh, hello. That's another bit of bodywork that's just flown off of a Vortex.
Oh, they're just throwing stuff off it now.
Trying to cheat the minimum weight checks. No, they're not doing
No, they're not doing
no, Charles Leclerc already proved that doesn't work. So now the penalties are starting to come through. So it's 3 seconds of stop and go.
How many penalties
for
does that car have?
Thiago Monteiro. So 2 5-second time penalties, a drive through, and now a 3-second stop and go. Car 29 has 7 seconds of stop and go for the pit stop infringement. So Ulrich Amado, second place in Porsche Cup. And the last one to come will be the class leader, the 89. Stéphane Lemeray into pit lane to serve his penalty. Meanwhile, his 30-second stop and go penalty, which might cost him the podium. We'll see, because the Porsche Cup leads, and it's a 1-second stop-go penalty for car 89, the Porsche Cup leader. So those penalties, they're based on how much they infringed the pit stop, the minimum pit stop time by. And so it looks like it was nip and tuck for 89 there. But nonetheless, having to drive through the pit lane could cost it dearly. That being said, Anthony Beltois is currently 1 minute and 14 ahead. Do you know, they might just, some of them might still end up on the podium here. They might just get away with it. So Monteiro's in for his 3-second stop and go penalty. It's the second additional trip that car has had to take through pit lane in this race after picking up the drive-through penalty, which I believe was for causing a collision earlier, wasn't it? And 2 5-second time track limits penalties.
It was with car 123, the collision.
So it was, yes, the Frederic de Brabant's
What a
car.
weird memory.
Yeah, I can't believe you remembered all that, because I've been trying to note stuff down as it happens, but
no notes here.
missed some stuff. Yeah, no, that's quite astonishing. So
Turns 8 and 9 as well.
yes, it was. I'm a corner names guy.
Yeah, no, I'm not.
So here I'm having to look. Oh, which one's 8 and 9 again? Oh,
Montreal.
yeah, okay. Yeah, I much prefer names over numbers.
I like counting.
Yeah. I didn't want to correct PLC when he said that turn 12 was Le Bousset, but it also depends on which track map you're looking at as well, because
that's how you keep friends, correcting them.
yeah, yeah, exactly. So Beltois continues to lead in Porsche Cup, just taking second place overall. So there's 89 and 18. So that's Montier's just come out of pit lane after serving his 3-second drive-through penalty. And you see Ulrich Amado, who's just now entered pit lane now for his 7-second stop-go penalty.
That's a hefty one.
Yeah. Actually, Montiero looks quicker than the class leader at the moment, doesn't he? Trying to unlap himself against the GP Racing car. And Beltois no slouch. Multiple Carrera Cup France and French GT champion. GT2 European Series champion as well.
I think Montiero's just got past
yes, he has.
Sébastien Loeb.
No, that's the 89. That's the class leader. So the class leader now coming into
because I saw 98.
No, it's a little bit confusing, but he was unlapping himself against the class leader, and now Anthony Beltois in to serve that 1 second stop and go penalty. You see, barely in there for a second before he's let back out again. But the question is going to be, where's this going to cost him? So I don't has Thiago Monteiro come out ahead of Sébastien Loeb? He has.
Yeah.
So these three cars might actually get away with it and still be finishing on the podium. So we'll get confirmation shortly, but that is that's all things evened out now. And other cars where this has gone a little bit wrong for as well. Olivier Favre never actually emerged back onto the racetrack after the pit stop mishap for the 2B Autosport crew. That is going to sting for them, because this easily would have been a podium result for that crew. And potentially a win as well. So for the reigning champions, not finishing in the first race of their title defense, that is a bitter pill to swallow indeed. Less than 8 minutes remain in this race, and Stéphane Lemray should be back on the podium overall now, with the others serving their penalties. Currently running in third. We've got the vortex of Philippe Borel, number 21, has reportedly been slowing down on the track. And this is the CMR car coming back into pit lane. No, why is this? Why is Stéphane Lemray back in pit lane? And more dramas for the CMR team. It looked like they might be able to salvage a podium out of it, but no, that is all hope will be lost now, I'd have thought. I wonder what that's about.
Yeah, it's a bad time to be coming in the pits.
Yeah, really bad time. So, wow, all the other UCS runners have really, UCS 1 contenders have fallen by the wayside, really. And it's the Porsche Cup, unsurprisingly, where things have been most competitive. I would say a one-make class. And such a tried and tested platform as well, because most one-make series, the Alpines, your Supercifers, your Ferrari Challenges, all designed for a 25-minute sprint race, nothing more. Whereas Porsche built that car for Carrera Cup races and for Porsche Endurance Championship racing as well in the NLS as well. So not only is it built for endurance racing, it's built for endurance racing on the toughest racetrack in the world at the Nordschleife, as the CMR Lamborghini rejoins the circuit. I wonder if it just needed a splash of fuel.
Didn't go to the, I don't think it went to the fuel though, did it?
I think I saw it peel out of the peel out the paddock area.
That would be why the only real reason why it would come in.
Well, yeah, and in fairness, it's worth remembering again, like I just said, this car's not really designed for endurance racing.
Doing all right though.
Yes, doing all right. Very, yeah, indeed, but
very indeed.
no like endurance fuel tank, for example. So Stéphane Lemeret started that car. Will finish the race in that car as well.
Yeah, it does come out of the fueling area.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, did a little check back on the feed.
Good. It pays to be thorough.
I wanted to know.
Oh, I agree. So Anthony Beltois, second overall now, and more importantly, the Porsche Cup lead as well. And he is about 81 seconds or so now ahead of Ulrich Amado for Netsuv Racing. And this, I believe, their first race with this 992 Cup car. So for the number 29 crew, that is really really impressive. We saw them a couple of outings last year in the previous generation car, the 991.2, which looks like a baby compared to this 992 car these days. But now aboard the contemporary machinery, and it looks like it's going to be second on debut with Thiago Monteiro completing the podium despite those extra couple of trips. And so the cars where it's really gone wrong for them, you would have to say Sébastien Loeb in the 98, because of course that picked up quite a few penalties. Yeah, 2 drive-throughs in that car. Race was really undone there. 71, that car was kind of cursed from the first stint really, with the excessive track limits abuses from the pro driver in the 71, Enzo Julie, yeah, which is not trying to talk smack about Enzo Julie, just I couldn't say the word I was initially thinking of. But yeah, just stating the facts.
Yeah, he struggled in his first stint. He had a lot
of track limits.
Yeah, a lot of track limits.
I don't know whether there was an issue on the car that made it harder to drive.
It's just factual. 37, I'm just having a think. Didn't Stéphane Lemeret have to come in? The car was going slow because of fuel before.
Yes.
So they've obviously had a bit of some either miscalculation, or they were ready to already have this miscalculation, or something's gone wrong with the fuel in general. Because
I'm also considering, why is it back in the pit lane?
Oh yeah.
As if
it is back in the pit lane.
As if they're doing this two-parter, because I think it came straight back in again after one lap. So
yeah, it did.
Yeah, right at the end of this race, it looks like problems for CMR. They might not see the checkered flag, unfortunately. So that means it's going to be our GT3 car, a flurry of Porsche Cup cars, and the Alpines and a couple of Vortex that will end up meeting the checkered flag in 2.5 minutes or so time.
Shame.
Yes, a big shame. But what a performance from these guys from Vision. I mean, after the first hour, we really thought that the other cars were going to take the fight to them, because they were behind even the Porsche Cup leaders after the first stint, after the first pit stop, and they had less stationary time and had been running away at the front of the race in the early stages. But fast forward to an hour later, suddenly they've ticked off all of their mandatory pit stops and are still ahead of everyone else.
Yeah, they've done it incredibly well, actually. We should really be used to it by now from the Vision team, but the speed of getting their pit stop sorted and executed has been very impressive to watch. And it's much to do with why they were so successful last year. They had some really good strategy calls on the pit wall and helped them win a championship.
And of course, for Jean-Paul Pani and Jean-Bernard Bouvet, their 5th championship together. That was last year. For Jean-Paul Pani, had a couple of extra ones as well. 7 in total for Pani across V2V and Ultimate Cup. GT Endurance Racing.
37's back out.
37 is back out.
Just lapped him. Ionetta's just lapped.
So that's 8th place now for the Lamborghini. Oh, that's really come undone.
It must be really hard as well because they've just been passed by the Vision and they were fighting with that a couple of hours ago.
Well, I remember at the first stint, Stéphane Lemeret and Jean-Bernard Bouvet were matching each other's pace.
Yeah, no, it was a good, valiant effort, but unfortunately all come undone just in the final hour, really, for 37.
Yeah, indeed.
Final lap then?
As it has done for the 7 as well. Yep, we are on the final lap of the race. And it is Romain Ionetta by 2 laps now who leads over the Porsche Cup class leader. Vortex tried to take the fight to them, but weren't able to match the consistency or the speed of this car. Brief challenge from CMR, but nothing doing in the end. A shortened race, a rejiggling of the rules, regulations and strategies as a result after a red flag incident early on, but it's the same outcome with the reigning champions Jean-Paul Pani and Jean-Bernard Bouvet, with now Romain Ionetta driving the #1 Vision Ferrari 488 GT3 Evo to the checkered flag for victory in round 1 of the Kennol GT Endurance Cup and the 4 hours of Le Castellet. Second place and the Porsche Cup victory will go to Anthony Beltois and the GP Racing team, despite a late drive-through or stop-and-go penalty for pit stop infringements. For GP Racing, it is going to be the top step once again after their strong performances that we saw from them last year. For Ligier, it is building on the wins they had in Hockenheim and Paul Ricard. And with a new driver on board in the form of Cyril Salail. But we're expecting a very close championship fight, it must be said, for the remainder of the Porsche Cup Championship, especially with the reigning champions, 2B Autosport, not making the checkered flag in this one. And so his nearest rivals have already come across the timing line. He's also going to cross the checkered flag with the UCS4 and Alpine Endurance Cup winner. And so victory in Porsche Cup goes to the number 89 GP Racing crew of Anthony Beltois, Loic Thiers and Cyril Salai. Second in Porsche Cup and completing the overall podium is Ulrich Amado in the number 29 Netsuv racing car alongside Michael Desmael. That car operated by Vintage Motorsport, but their first race with the 992 car, and it is a podium finish in the Porsche Cup category. Completing the class podium, Tiago Monteiro and Shael Harpol in the number 18 drive-in car. The CMR Ginetta coming home 8th overall in the end, with the Vortex of Philippe Burel, Philippe Bonnel and Laurent Delasalle. Second in UCS1 and 9th overall, with the the Roland Marchi, Enzo Richer and Philippe Papin, Vortex number 20, 11th overall as well. And then the Alpine Endurance Cup winners, Luca de Grange and Frederic de Brabant in the 123 car, beating the number 94 of Mark Jacob and Gianni Schiabarassi. We saw that car with problems in the pits, as we did for the number 19 that completes the podium. The reigning champions coming home third are Julien Bouni, Olivier Martinez and Benoit Marion. Really, the biggest drama for the 123 was the contact it had with Thiago Monteiro earlier in the race, while the other cars seemingly had more and bigger mechanical woes. Already, Romain Iannetta has brought the number 1 Vision back to Parc Fermé. Run you through the rest of the order as well, because it was Sébastien Loeb who brought the number 98 car alongside Laurent Gaudy and Gabriel Pimont for GP Racing home. 5th overall, Benjamin Lessanes, Daniel Wazinski and Reggie Rigaud de Seb in their first race after switching from the BMW over to Porsche Cup for RR Racing in 6th. And then Lionel Rigaud in the number 10 car across the line alongside Thibaut Caray and Jean-Jacques Hardy. Obviously, non-finishes from 2B Autosport's number 7 car, reigning champions in Porsche Cup. That's a disappointing start for them. The number 93 Alpine of Benoit Poulian didn't quite make the finish either after multiple issues that saw them back into the garage. The number 22 Vortex of Olivier Gomez, again disappointing start for them as well, as Anthony Beltois tries, Ulrich Amado tries to navigate the pit building and the cars around him to get into the position 2 board, but expertly navigated. And then, of course, the car that didn't start the restarted race, Sébastien Loeb. But as we have heard, not a miracle to be as okay as he is. It's a testament to the safety advances. But the best news we could have had today about Seb. So we wait for Alexandre to...
It's going to be Victor, I believe.
Ah, okay.
Yeah,
so Victor...
We are getting a surprise.
Victor Morank
yeah.
is going to be heading down to speak with the winners.
The one and only, the famous Victor. Well, I think he's famous. He's famous in our lives, isn't he?
He's famous for us, yes.
He should be down there, in theory.
Yes.
There's always the worry that I'm meant to be down there, but I don't speak French.
Bit of a high tail.
Oui, effectivement, nous sommes avec les vainqueurs ici de cette première course de la saison. Messieurs, bravo, félicitations. L'année dernière, on se rappelle déjà en qualification, ça avait été un petit peu difficile. Au final, vous étiez bien remonté jusqu'à la 2e position, si ma mémoire est bonne. Cette année, ça commence bien. Une pole position et une victoire. Bon, une course un peu tumultueuse. Qu'est-ce que vous ressentez là, à ce moment-là?
On ressent le plaisir d'une victoire qui d'abord est dédiée à notre ami et chauffeur mécanicien Didier Bourg, qui nous a quittés malheureusement très précipitamment en février. Et voilà, donc il nous regarde de là-haut et on lui dit merci. Maintenant, bon, c'est une très belle victoire. Mes coéquipiers ont été parfaits. Là, nos ingés nous ont fait une voiture magnifique. On a fait des qualifs comme rarement. Et puis là, on a donné le meilleur de nous-mêmes, comme d'habitude. De toute façon, notre ambition, c'est de gagner. On n'en a pas d'autre. On est sur la première marche du podium et on en est très heureux.
Et ça, vous savez le faire, effectivement. On en a l'habitude maintenant depuis plusieurs saisons. Bravo à vous. Je me tourne vers vous maintenant, Jean-Bernard Bouvet. Et comment ça s'est passé pour vous? On a vu qu'au départ, vous n'étiez pas forcément très content de votre premier relais. Au final, la performance est tout de même là. Vous terminez avec une belle marge d'avance. C'est un résultat qui vous satisfait néanmoins?
Oui, ça nous satisfait. On a fait une course sage. Je pense que la piste, elle a été compliquée. En fait, plus le drop des pneus, comme je disais au premier run. Mais nous, on avait qu'une mission en tête, c'était d'aller gagner, de mener la Ferrari que Didier l'adorait aussi sur cette première marche. Et comme l'a dit Jean-Paul, évidemment, on pense qu'à lui, à l'instant T, c'est pour lui tout ça.
Romain, Iannetta, je me tourne vers vous. Bon, on a vu qu'à la fin, vous cherchiez pas mal de fois à repousser le meilleur temps en course. Comment ça s'est passé pour vous à la fin? Parce que vous aviez une belle marge d'avance, néanmoins, vous n'êtes pas reposé sur vos lauriers. On a vu que vous continuez de pousser. Quelle est la raison pour ça?
Oui, en fait, le but était de conserver du rythme pour ne pas faire d'erreur, surtout. Même si j'ai un petit plat sur un de mes pneus et du coup, j'ai dû être un petit peu conservateur. J'ai remis ensuite un petit peu de rythme et essayer de garder cette constance. On n'a pas fait de la surconduite et voilà, je remercie mes coéquipiers Jean-Paul et Jean-Bernard pour les superbes relais qu'ils ont fait et bien évidemment on dédie cette victoire à notre ami Didier.
En tout cas, c'est un réel plaisir de vous retrouver en Ultimate Cup Series. J'ai une dernière petite question pour vous. Est-ce que vous serez là du coup au Mugello ou est-ce que David sera peut-être de retour? Parce qu'on sait très bien que voilà, quand il y en a un qui n'est pas là, l'autre vient le remplacer.
C'est l'inconnu, on ne le dit pas. Non, bien évidemment, David sera là au Mugello et on verra s'il a d'autres contretemps. Je serais ravi de repartager ce volant avec mes coéquipiers.
Merci beaucoup, bravo à tous.
We're gonna